A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Well, Jane Ace has interested old man Neff in Mrs. Williams, Neil's widowed mother. Jane figures if she can get old man Neff to marry Mrs. Williams, Neil won't have his mother to look after, and he can marry Marge. Last night, Mr. Neff took Mrs. Williams out to dinner. Mr. Ace, meanwhile, is working on a deal to handle the old man's real estate. This episode takes place the next afternoon and is in alternate scenes between Mr. Ace's office and a dancing school. But first to Mr. Ace's office, where we find him on the phone. Listen.
I'd like to speak to Mr. Neff, please. Well, is he in? Well, can't you tell me if he's in before I tell you who this is? Oh. Well, this is Mr. Ace. Ace. Yes. Oh, he's not in yet. Well, look, miss, I've been calling all day, twice this morning, and this is the second time this afternoon, and you tell me he's not in. Is it that he's not in to me, or is he Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I understand. I'm sorry. He's just not in, I see. Yes. Well, I left my name before. Did you see that he got it? Oh, he hasn't been in since I started calling. Yes. Well, thank you. Thanks. Goodbye. Mm-hmm.
Hello, Ace.
Oh, hello, Neil. What brings you down here this afternoon?
Why don't you phone him?
I'll be through in just a few minutes. Sit down, will you?
Take your time, Ace.
I've been trying to get a guy on the phone here all day, and hello, is Mr. Neff in? Mr. Thompson calling. Thompson, yes.
What's that all about?
What's that? Oh, well, do you know when he'll be back? Oh, I see. No message. I was Thank you very much.
What's that? Big business at play?
Oh, I thought I'd try to trick that old battle axe down there, but it didn't work.
Down where?
Oh, you wouldn't know that. Oh, yes, you would. We were talking about him last night, old man Neff.
Oh, Mr. Neff.
Yeah, you see, Neil, he came here about a week ago and offered me a deal to handle all his real estate, and he has quite a tidy sum of real estate.
I see.
Well, we usually get 5% commission, but it seems that this old tightwad won't pay more than 3% at the most.
I see. He has an aversion to 5%.
Yeah, well, I've been thinking it over, and I figured out a deal whereby if he paid me 4%, I can still make a nice bit of money out of handling this, but now that I want to talk business to the old guy, he's giving me the runaround. I'm getting worried about it. I hope he hasn't gone and given the business to somebody else.
Take it easy now, Ace.
But this means a lot of money to me. He won't talk to me. How does he know I won't settle for the 3% he offers? The least he can do is give me a chance by answering the phone when I call him.
Maybe he's really not there.
Oh, that's a lot of hooey. He's a businessman and a shrewd one, too. He's down at that office of his at the crack of dawn.
I happen to know he isn't in today.
Yeah, that's what... What'd you say?
I happen to know he's not down at the office today.
What do you mean you happen to... Wait a minute. He went out to dinner last night with your mother, didn't he?
Yeah, but I got over that surprise. Mom going out to dinner with a strange gentleman. But now I got one that's got me a little dizzy.
Now, why? What happened?
Well, as you know, I got home early in the morning when I work nights on the paper.
Yes?
Well, I usually sleep till about 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I got up this afternoon, and there, as usual, was breakfast all ready for me on the table. But there was my mother all dolled up, ready to go out.
Go out? With Neff?
With Neff.
Oh, well, when was that? This afternoon, you say?
Just a little while ago. I couldn't keep this to myself. That's why I dropped in on my way to the paper to tell you about it.
Tell me about what?
Where do you think they're going this afternoon?
Neff and your mother? Where?
Well, Neff's been out all morning making the arrangements, and he's dug up a Rhumba school.
Dug up a what?
A dancing school. They're taking Rhumba lessons.
Who's taking?
The old gent and mother.
Taking Rhumba? Now, look, Neil, this is a business office. I'm trying to put over a deal. I'm serious about this. There's a place for kidding, and there's a place...
Oh, you think I'm kidding? Well, that's what I'm here for. I wormed it out of Mother in my best newspaper interview style and found out the name of the school and everything.
And that's where he's actually... Oh, not old man Neff. Why, that old...
Not old man Neff. How about my mother? Did I ever dream I'd live to see the day she would be taking Rhumba lessons?
But old man Neff, he's not the kind. You can't make me believe that he'd duck out of his office for any foolishness like taking dancing lessons. Why, that's
They talked it over last night, Mother and Mr. Neff. They had dinner at the Clinton Hotel, and they thought, quote, it would be such fun to get out on the floor with the rest of the folks who seem to be having such a good time, unquote.
Quote and unquote who?
My mother.
Your mother. What has she done to the old man? He was never like this.
And vice versa. Mother was never like this before either.
Well, I can't believe... So that's where he's been when I'm working my head off trying to make a deal, so he goes dancing.
At the Cuban Tango School.
Yes, at the... What's that?
The name of the school. It's downtown here somewhere.
Well, that's a fine state of a... Jane, that's how it all started. She had a butt in.
Jane, what do you mean she had a...
nothing. I happened to send her over to old man Neff just as a sort of feeler, wondering why he hadn't called me.
Well, did she stick him on to Mother?
Jane? No, how can you think... look, Neil, where is this place? I'd like to drop in there and show the old man this deal that I've been worked up.
Now you're talking. That's what I wanted you to say. Come on, we'll go right over.
No, now wait. I think I ought to go myself.
What? Miss my mother taking Rhumba lessons?
Oh, you're making a joke out of this. I'm serious. I want to have him put his okay on the 4%, or if that fails, I'll take it for 3%, but I want a chance to talk to him.
Sure, and I'll see that you do. Come on.
But, Neil, I think...
Get your head. Oh, have you got a phone book? I want to look up the address.
Yeah, here's a phone book. I'll look it up. Cuban, that would be
C, senor. Make it snappy and let's get down.
That is the rhythm of the Rhumba.
That was awfully good, Mr. Senor.
It was delightful, wasn't it?
Yes, I guess so. I don't know much about these newfangled pieces.
What was the name of that piece you played, Mr. Senor?
C.
Yes. What was the name of that piece you played?
I have told you, C.
That's the name of the piece, I guess.
I see.
And now I will give you the first lesson in the Rhumba dance.
Oh, just a minute, young fella.
Yes, senor.
You say the price for the course is $10?
Si, senor. $10.
Well, how about a discount for cash?
What? I'm afraid I do not understand.
Cash! I want to pay cash. Don't you take anything off?
Take anything off?
Yes, you know.
Oh, this is not the class for striptease, senor. You have come here to learn the Rhumba, yes?
Yes, but...
Now, Tom, this is no time to bargain with him. Let's take our lesson.
Just a minute, Henrietta. Business is business.
But not in a dancing school.
Business is business everywhere.
Now, Tom, remember your blood pressure.
What? Yes. Well, what do we do?
Yeah, you better start dancing. After all, you don't want to be a wallpaper all your life. Come on now, Mr. Senor. Show them how to do the Rhumba.
Si, senorita. Now, if Madame will stand so.
Yes, I'm ready.
So, that is right. And now, senor.
What?
Stand facing Madame so. Yeah, that is right. But keep yourself limber and relax.
I am relaxed.
Oh, senor, will please relax a little more. Hands on Madame's shoulders. So. No, that is right.
Closer, Mr. Neff.
Stand back, so.
That's not close enough.
Do not stand so close.
Closer, Mrs. Williams.
Not so close, please.
Now, you get a little closer, too, Mr.
What
Neff.
is going on here? Who is teaching them to dance?
What?
Will you allow me to go on with the lesson?
Well, I was only trying to help.
I do not need your help, senorita.
Oh, all right.
Now, I will play the tempo, and you will follow my instructions, please. Just a moment. Here. Bend the knee, cave shoulders, and move forward.
What's the matter here?
We got tangled up, I guess.
Please, just a moment again, if you please. Now, move forward. 1, pause. 1, 2, 3. Move forward. 1, pause. 1, 2, 3. Keep yourself limber and relaxed.
Oh, you're getting better now.
Are we?
I don't get this at all.
Oh, you're doing fine, Mr. Neff.
Well, what am I doing?
The Rhumba. Go ahead, Mrs. Senor. I like that part about 1, pause, 1, 2, 3.
If you will permit me.
Let's start over again.
Well, let's start something.
Keep limber, please, and relax now. Move forward. 1, pause. 1, 2, 3. Move forward. 1, pause. 1, 2, 3. Again. Move forward. 1, pause. 1, 2, 3. Move forward.
That was good. That last one you did.
It was.
Is this all there is to it?
Oh, senor will become more accustomed as you go on. Now, that is better. Now, move forward. 1, pause.
1, 2, 3. I got it now.
Move forward. 1, pause. 1, 2, 3.
Well, that's marvelous.
1, pause. 1, 2, 3.
Remember to move forward.
I got it. 1, pause. 1, 2, 3. I used to be one of the best dancers of my day.
Move forward. 1, pause. 1, 2, 3.
1, pause. 1, 2, 3.
Bend in knee.
I always thought there was nothing to these newfangled steps. 1, pause. 1, 2, 3. 1, pause.
Well, what have we here?
Neil and dear, what are you doing here?
Took the words right out of my mouth.
Neil, how on earth did you...
Mother, come home with me now.
Now, what is the meaning of this?
Mr. Neff, I came here to talk about this deal you were speaking about.
Deal? Well, I'm paying $10 a course for these lessons. You come crashing in here to talk business
Now,
to me?
Tom, remember your...
Go on with the music, young man.
But, senor, I do not understand. My lessons are only for 2 persons.
Don't worry, we won't learn anything.
Neil, why did you come
Mr.
here?
Neff, I've been trying to get you at the office all day. And
Serves you right. Go on with that music, young man. What am I paying you for?
Si, senor.
Now, where were we?
You were on pause. 1, pause.
Oh, yes. Well, come on.
I'm ready, Tom.
1, pause. 1, 2, 3.
Move forward, Tom.
Oh, yes, move forward. 1, pause. 1, 2, 3. 1, pause. 1, 2, 3.
Mr. Neff, all I want to tell you is that I figured out a deal where 4% would be just right.
3.
But 3 won't give me a profit. How about 4?
1, 2, 3. 1,
5
pause.
is the legal commission, you know, and I'll take 4.
3, 4, 5. Pause.
No. Well, 1, 2, 3, Mr. Neff.
Jane, will you please stay out?
1, pause. 1, 2, 3.
I'm just splitting the difference, Mr. Neff, between 3 and
1, 2,
5.
3, pause.
So that makes it 4 instead of 3 or 5.
4, 5.
No, 3, Mr. Neff.
Jane.
I said 3.
And I said 4.
But it's 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3.
3 is the last.
Oh, isn't that all?
Well, Jane isn't going to be much of a help to Mr. Race in putting over this deal. And neither is this match Jane's trying to promote between Mr. Neff and Mrs. Williams, as we shall learn when next we meet the Easy Aces.
Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair bring you Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. It's time once again for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks under the direction of Al Lewis. Well, this is National Pickle Week, and among others who celebrated the occasion was our Miss Brooks, who teaches English at Madison High School.
I celebrated National Pickle Week, all right, by getting myself into the prettiest pickle you've ever seen. It all started innocently enough when my landlady and I sat down to breakfast last Thursday morning.
There's your cereal, Connie. Now tell me, dear, have you made any plans for your vacation next month?
Nothing definite, Mrs. Davis.
Perhaps it's just as well not to plan too far in advance. Who knows what summer may bring? You might even elope. Have you ever thought of that, Connie?
Many times, Mrs. Davis. I'd do it in a minute, too, if it weren't for a stubborn little streak in me which keeps insisting that it's no fun to elope by yourself.
I didn't mean by yourself, Connie. What's wrong with Mr. Boynton?
For submitting the outstanding question of the week, we are sending Mrs. Margaret Davis a lifetime supply of Dutch boy paint. I wish I knew what was wrong with Mr. Boynton. All he talks about lately is his impending vacation in South America.
South America? What a wonderful idea. And it simplifies everything.
It does?
Of course. If Mr. Boynton is going to South America, that's where you have to go.
The thought has occurred to me, Mrs. Davis, but there's one thing that stands in the way. Transportation.
Transportation?
Yes, one of my water wings has a blowout.
Don't be discouraged by your present financial state, Connie. I'll go make some tea and read your tea leaves in a little while. Maybe there'll be some good news in your cup. Why, at this very moment, Lady Luck may be camping on your doorstep.
Well, don't sit there, lady. Come on in.
Greetings, most gracious and scintillating educator.
Thank you, most generous and observant pupil. Sit down, Walter, and have some toast and jelly.
Oh, thanks.
What kind of a plant is that you're holding?
It's a rare black orchid, Miss Brooks. Here.
An orchid? It must have cost you quite a bit of money, Walter.
Pish, tush. The
The blossom cost me nothing. Besides, this is no time to concern ourselves with petty monetary considerations. I'm going to be rich, Miss Brooks. Wealthy beyond all dreams of avarice. The fabulous treasures of the universe are within my grasp.
Say, buddy, could you spare a round-trip ticket to South America?
No, I'm serious, Miss Brooks. I've discovered uranium.
Uranium? Where?
On my shoe.
Who's your boot black?
It's no joke, Miss Brooks. I made the discovery in the chem lab. We got a brand new Geiger counter, and it's... by the way, have you ever used a Geiger counter?
I haven't had to, Walter. Very few of my pupils are named Geiger.
No. I'm afraid you don't understand. A Geiger counter is an instrument that measures the number and intensity of emanations from radioactive substances.
Sounds terribly talented. But how did you get mixed up with it?
Well, I climbed on a desk to fix a light bulb, and my shoe got near the Geiger counter. You should have heard it. It almost blew its top. That means uranium's on my shoe. Now, the way I figure it, all I've got to do is retrace my steps of the past few days.
Wouldn't it be easier to just start mining your shoe?
Please, Miss Brooks. No, you've got to help me. You see, the counter is school property and can't be removed from the building without Mr. Conklin's permission. But if a teacher were to ask him...
Oh, not me, Walter. I'd like to assist you in this project, but now is the wrong time. Tuesday, I knocked a bowl of soup into his lap in the cafeteria, and last week I dropped a typewriter on his foot.
Oh.
Say, it's almost 8:15. I better park this orchid in the icebox and get ready to leave. Have a glass of milk, Walter. I'll just be a minute.
Okay, Miss Brooks.
Oh, it's you, Connie. The tea is almost ready.
I'm afraid I won't have time for the reading, Mrs. Davis. I just want to put this in the icebox.
My, what a lovely stalk of asparagus.
Don't let Walter Denton hear you say that. This happens to be a black orchid.
Oh, but you shouldn't put that in the icebox, Connie. It won't do anybody any good there. Why don't you take it down to school with you and give it to Mr. Conklin?
Mr. Conklin?
Yes. You told me yourself you've been naughty lately. Maybe this little gift would make up for your recent habit of dropping things on him.
Say, it might at that. Although I wouldn't want Walter to find out that I gave away his present.
Walter wouldn't mind. Besides, he won't know anything about it. I'll just put the flower into this box that the clean laundry came in, tie it with this red ribbon, and presto, you've got a peace offering for your principal.
Thanks, Mrs. Davis. I'm sure nothing could make him happier, unless I was tied up in the box.
Gosh, Miss Brooks, I wish you'd reconsider my proposition about that Geiger counter. If you'll just get us permission to use it, I'll make you a 50-50 partner in whatever we find.
It's a more than liberal offer, Walter, but I'm afraid I can't take advantage of it. Right now, I'm trying to figure a good method of stowing away to South America.
Well, all right, Miss Brooks, but I hate the thought of passing up a possible bonus of $10,000 offered for discoveries of uranium.
I know, Walter, and I can't say that it's altogether impossible, but as far as the immediate future is concerned, did you say $10,000?
That's right. And if it's a big field, we might even get 10 times that much.
Open the throttle, Casey, and point me at Mr. Conklin's office.
Well, I finished straightening up your office, Daddy.
Thanks, Harriet. Run along, child.
Isn't there anything else I can do?
You can leave me alone. I'll get to your first class.
Daddy, you're irritated this morning.
Harriet, you're another Ellery Queen. It so happens that some vandal broke into my garden, trampled my flower beds, and stole a rare black orchid.
I didn't know that.
I just found out about it myself. I've been nursing that plant along for 7 years. I was planning to give that orchid to your dear mother. It's her birthday today, you know.
Yes, I know.
Now I'll probably have to buy a present for the old... It's a hard gift for... If I ever get my hands on the scoundrel who... Enter.
Good morning, Mr. Conklin.
Oh, it's you.
Hi, Miss Brooks.
Hello, Harriet.
I was just leaving the office, Miss Brooks. Try and cheer Daddy up a bit, will you? He's rather low this morning. I'll see you at lunch, Daddy. Bye.
Goodbye.
Well, Mr. Conklin, isn't this a bright and cheerful morning?
Be brief, Miss Brooks. What brings you to my office?
I just came in to leave this little gift.
Gift?
Yes, sir. May I put it on your desk?
If you think you can do so without knocking the typewriter off on my foot again. What else?
Mr. Conklin, I should like your permission to borrow the Geiger counter from the chem lab.
Geiger counter?
I believe that's what it's called. It's used to indicate the presence of uranium.
Miss Brooks, are you planning to pelt me with an A-bomb?
Certainly not, Mr. Conklin. I couldn't even lift an A-bomb. But I've heard that there's quite a reward for discovering new uranium deposits, and I thought maybe
Kindly leave the premises.
But, Mr. Conklin,
I am in no mood to discuss this nonsensical project at this moment. I've had a most difficult morning. Nay, a shocking morning.
What happened, Mr. Conklin?
I don't know how versed you are in things botanical, Miss Brooks.
Oh, I'm pretty versed.
Several years ago, I purchased a rare plant. For the first few years, it failed to bloom. I tried everything. Finally, I ceased to rely on the hit-or-miss methods of plant propagation employed by a bunch of buzzing bees, and I pollinated that plant personally. Do you realize what that entailed?
Of course, you had to smear your feet with honey and jump from petal to petal.
No, Miss Brooks. But there are other back-breaking procedures which I pursued faithfully for 7 long years, until finally my efforts bore fruit.
You became the father of a lemon tree.
Wrong again. An orchid plant. A black orchid plant. Just yesterday, it started to bloom, and I said to myself, "You're a lucky man, Osgood. Tomorrow this lovely flower will blossom just in time for your wife Martha's birthday." And then do you know what happened this morning?
Yes. I mean, no.
Some vandal stole it.
Well, I guess I better be running along.
Miss Brooks, where are you taking that box? I thought you said it was a gift.
Oh, it is a gift, Mr. Conklin. But not for you. That is, not actually. It's for Mrs. Conklin. Her birthday, you know. Just a little remembrance.
Well, you can leave it here. I'll take it to her after school. I'd like to see what it is before I
Oh,
take it.
no. I'd rather you didn't see it, Mr. Conklin. That is, well, it's underwear.
That's all right. We share a dresser, you know. Now, put it down and get to your classroom.
But, Mr.
Dismissed! One thing before you go. If you should happen to hear any of the students, or faculty for that matter, discussing a black orchid, would you please make a confidential note of the party's name?
Confidential? I won't even read it to myself.
Our Miss Brooks, starring Lee Barden, will continue in just a moment. But first, here is Vern Smith. Now, tests published in authoritative dental literature show that when teeth are brushed right after eating, Colgate Dental Cream stops tooth decay best. 2 years' research at 5 leading universities, hundreds of case histories, shows that when used as directed, Colgate Dental Cream stops tooth decay best. Yes, exhaustive tests show the Colgate way best to prevent decay. Better than any other home method of oral hygiene known today. Based on both clinical and X-ray examinations, the Colgate way stopped more decay for more people than ever before reported in all dentifrice history. Even more important, there were no new cavities whatever for more than 1 out of 3 who used Colgate Dental Cream as directed. Think of it. Not even 1 new cavity in 2 full years. No other dentifrice, paste or powder, ammoniated or not. No other dentifrice has proof of such results. The best results ever reported for a dentifrice of any type. So always use Colgate to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. And remember, when you follow the Colgate way, Colgate Dental Cream stops tooth decay best.
Well, my morning classes passed without any undue noise from the principal's office. So I assumed that Mr. Conklin hadn't found time to open the box containing his own black orchid, so thoughtfully provided for me by Walter Denton. When lunch period arrived, I hurried to the biology laboratory to let Mr. Boynton in on the ground floor of my predicament. Busy, Mr. Boynton?
Oh, not at all, Miss Brooks. Come on in.
Before we go to lunch, there's something I'd like to talk to you about. It's really silly, I guess, but I was rather embarrassed this morning.
Embarrassed?
It all started when Walter Denton came to pick me up and told me some ridiculous story about finding uranium on his shoes.
Oh, that isn't completely ridiculous, Miss Brooks. As a matter of fact, it was more or less confirmed in the chem lab by the reaction of the Geiger counter.
You mean that Walter did actually step into uranium?
Well, not necessarily. It could be some similar radioactive substance. You realize, of course, that the Geiger counter is an extremely sensitive instrument. It'll even pick up emanations from your radium dial wristwatch.
All the way from Fisher's pawn shop?
It's a wonderful invention. And while Walter's shoe may not necessarily indicate the presence of any large field nearby, it's still a rather provocative incident.
I'll say it is. Half of $10,000 is very provocative. If one were to discover some uranium, one would never miss the money it cost for a summer vacation, would one?
Well, I should think not.
I'm going to South America myself.
South America? Well, that's funny. I'm going to spend my vacation down there.
You too? What a coincidence. When are you leaving?
The day school ends, June 23rd.
You too? What boat are you taking?
The SS Brazil.
You too? What cabin will you be? Oh, no, I just meant that if we're going to be in Brazil at the same time, it ought to make it very pleasant for both of us. They say the nights down there are very conducive to romance.
Yes, I've heard something to that effect.
In fact, on most June nights in Brazil, the stars seem to be so low in the sky that you can reach out and touch each other.
Please, Miss Brooks, I don't like to change the subject, but...
Not much you don't. That's all right, Mr. Boynton. Brazil can wait. What is it you wanted to say?
Well, I'd like to show you just how the Geiger counter reacts. Mr. Keller has a tiny sample of uranium in the chem lab. It's usually under lock and key, though, and...
Hi, Miss Brooks. Mr. Boynton.
Oh, hello, Alder.
I just dropped by to take another look at the Geiger counter. Did you tell Mr. Boynton about the swell black orchid I gave you, Miss Brooks?
I was just about to. Walter gave me a fine black orchid this morning, Mr. Boynton.
A black orchid? Say, they're mighty rare. Must have been cultivated for about 7 years. Most likely in a hothouse.
This one is hotter than that. Walter, I don't usually give away presents, but I think you ought to know that in trying to get on Mr. Conklin's good side, I gave him the black orchid.
You gave Mr. Conklin the... I better get a glass of milk. I don't feel so good.
Just a minute, young man. Why did you steal that flower from Mr. Conklin's garden?
Well, it wasn't really stealing. I was only getting even. Every time Mr. Conklin passes our house, he strolls through the gate and gloms a rose for himself.
Well, rose glomming isn't orchid glomming. Besides, why did you have to make me the fence?
The fence?
Receiver of stolen goods. I've been reading a lot of Chaucer lately.
I'm sorry about the whole thing, Miss Brooks. But tell me, what did Mr. Conklin say when he saw his own orchid?
Luckily for both of us, he hasn't opened the box yet.
Well, then maybe if someone could get into his office...
You too? That's just what I was thinking.
You too? I just saw Harriet in the hall. Of course, she doesn't know about what I did, but she told me your dad went shopping.
Then maybe we can remove the plant before he comes back.
Exactly. And I've got a scheme that'll make it impossible for old Marblehead, Mr. Conklin, to incriminate any of us. Are you with me?
What's the layout, Louie?
Oh, I snipped the orchid off at the bottom. It's still got a long stem, see? Now, as soon as it gets dark, we can sneak back into his garden, stick the stem in the ground, and when he sees it tomorrow, he'll think something was wrong with his eyes this morning. And then when he snips it off, he won't know it has no roots.
Walter, you're a genius.
But Mr. Conklin's bound to find out it has no roots when another orchid fails to grow.
Maybe so, but in 7 years we can cook up a dilly of an alibi.
I'll keep a watch here at the door, Miss Brooks.
All right, Mr. Boynton. Now hurry, Walter. We've got to get that box off Mr. Conklin's desk before he gets back.
Okay, Miss Brooks. There, I've got it.
He's coming down the hall.
We better get out of here.
It's too late. He'll see us. Quick, get rid of the box.
What box?
The one you're holding, Walter.
Oh, here you hold, Mr. Boynton.
All right. I don't want this. Here, Miss Brooks, here's a nice orchid for you.
For me? How sweet of you, Miss. What am I saying? Here, you take this, Walter.
I'm allergic. Keep it.
Quick, Miss Brooks, toss it out the window.
The window? Where is it? Oh, right here. Open, thank goodness. There you go.
Hello, what's everybody doing in my... Miss Brooks, may I inquire what it was you just threw out of my window?
Who, me?
That is your name, isn't it, Brooks? Or do you shot put under a nom de plume?
Well, I do remember tossing something out, but it was just a little bug.
A bug?
Yes, sir. That's just what it was, Mr. Conklin. A bug. We all saw it, didn't we, Mr. Boynton?
Oh, yes, it was a bug, Mr. Conklin.
In my office? What sort of a bug was it?
A beetle.
A boll weevil.
A louse.
The three of them were building a nest.
A nest?
Well, a hutch or whatever it is they live in.
The boll weevil live in cotton bolls.
You must get awfully tired of watching football games, don't you?
What's going on here? What are you three doing in my office?
Well, sir, we just came in to wish your wife a happy birthday.
You came in to wish my wife a happy birthday?
Yes, sir. Happy birthday to her. Happy birthday.
Oh, quiet!
Mr. Conklin, I might as well tell the truth. I wanted to give Mrs. Conklin her present myself. That's why we entered your office, but then when I heard you coming, I became nervous and tossed it out the window.
Oh, well, that's easily remedied. We'll just reach out and pick it up. Now, but if there's nothing in it but underwear,
Please, not in front of Mr. Boynton. You see, that was a little fib, too, Mr. Conklin. It isn't underwear. It's something for the house. You see, I wanted you to be surprised, too.
That's right. That's what Miss Brooks told us.
Yes, sir. She wants you to be surprised, too.
Oh, well, that's different. Something for the house, eh? Mrs. Conklin's been talking about new curtains for the dinette. Could this be curtains?
It could be for us. Please, Mr. Conklin, if you'll just hand it over, I'll be eternally in your debt.
You are now. But if it pleases you to surprise us, then take it. But whatever you do, don't come over too early. I'm not going to give Mrs. Conklin my gift until after dinner.
Oh, that's perfect. You'll be good and busy inside. That is, goodbye now.
The cafeteria's about to close, Daddy. Aren't you going to have lunch?
I had a bite downtown, Harriet, when I bought your mother her birthday present.
Oh, what did you get her, Daddy?
A radium dial table model clock so she can see what time of night it is without waking me. I took it home before I returned to school. $15 I paid for that clock. She'd better like it.
I hope you hid it someplace where she won't find it in advance. You know how inquisitive Mother is about her presents.
I'm well aware of your mother's little idiosyncrasy, Harriet. I hid it all right. I buried it in the little sunken toolbox out in our garden. This is one present nobody could find without a Geiger counter.
Get off that driveway, Walter. Here's the gate to the backyard.
Now, show us about where you got the orchid, Walter, and I'll dig a little hole for it and put it back.
All right, you are, Mr. Boynton. It's over this way. Bring the box.
What's that box you're carrying, Walter?
This? Oh, this is the Geiger counter. I figured if we get away with this flower deal, we can get away with borrowing the counter for one evening.
Oh, great. Now I'm the co-owner of a hot Geiger counter. I wonder how Tehachapi is in the summertime.
Oh, don't worry, Miss Brooks. We'll be through with this job in a jiffy, and then we can do a little prospecting. Oh, stop right here, Mr. Boynton. I think this is pretty close to where I got the flour.
All right, Walter.
Please, Mr. Boynton, there's nothing to get so excited about.
That wasn't me.
No?
It's a Geiger counter. This is where I must have stepped. Miss Brooks, we're rich!
South America, take me away. Mr. Boynton, dig some more.
I'll put the counter over here now, so keep quiet. We don't want to disturb anybody.
Wait a minute. I've uncovered some sort of a toolbox. What's this package in it?
Listen. It's ticking.
Ticking? It must be a time bomb.
A time bomb? But who would want to blow up Mr. Conklin?
Who wouldn't? I mean, if there's uranium around here, this bomb could have been planted by someone who didn't want any of us to get it.
That's right. Or it could have been placed by some crackpot who wants to see our civilization survive.
Listen. It's ticking louder.
Quick, give it to me. Here's a full watering can. This should stop it. There. It stopped.
You've done it, Miss Brooks.
Oh, you certainly have, Miss Brooks.
I don't know what it is she's done, but I'll bet I'm against it.
Mr. Conklin, oh, this is one time you won't be mad at us. Miss Brooks just stopped the ticking.
Oh, she certainly did, sir. She threw the whole box right into the watering can. You see, it isn't making a sound.
Indeed, it isn't. But then, after they're submerged in water for a while, very few $15 table model clocks are capable of making any sound!
$15 table clock?
Yes, Miss Brooks. Contained in this soggy, gift-wrapped box is my wife's birthday present. Well, is there any message you'd like to convey?
All together, gang. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Mrs. Conklin.
Eve Arden as our Miss Brooks returns in just a moment, but first...
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl.
Tonight? Yes, tonight, show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Luster Cream, world's finest shampoo. No other shampoo in the world gives you Kay Daumit's magic blend of secret ingredients plus gentle lanolin. Better than a soap, better than a liquid. Luster Cream is a dainty cream shampoo. Leaves hair 3 ways lovelier. Fragrantly clean. Free of loose dandruff. Glistening with sheen. Soft. Manageable. Even in hardest water, Luster Cream lathers instantly. No special rinse needed after a Luster Cream shampoo. So gentle, Luster Cream is wonderful even for children's hair. Tonight? Yes, tonight, try Luster Cream shampoo.
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to a luster cream shampoo.
And now, once again, here is our Miss Brooks.
Well, when we showed Mr. Conklin that his black orchid was still intact, and I promised to reimburse him for the ruined clock, he calmed down a bit, and his complexion returned to its normal color, purple. After he had dismissed us, I slunk back to my room and fell into a nice, peaceful slumber. However, I awoke in the morning with a very disquieting thought. The fact remained that somewhere, somehow, Walter Denton had stepped in uranium. Mr. Keller, the chemistry teacher, had verified that. So when Walter arrived to pick me up, I hastened to reaffirm our partnership. We are still partners, aren't we, Walter?
Oh, you bet, Miss Brooks. Mr. Conklin didn't see the Geiger counter at all.
Good. Now, today, let's get a hold of a sample of uranium so we'll know what we're looking for.
And first you'll have to give me $5, Miss Brooks.
$5?
We're partners, aren't we? You put in 5 and I'll put in 5. Mr. Keller just called to tell me that's what a sample costs.
Well, why should we have to buy it? Couldn't we borrow it?
Look, Miss Brooks, remember I told you how I got up on the table in school to fix the light bulb?
Yes, but what has that got to do with the uranium sample in the chem lab?
That's the uranium I stepped in.
What?
Sure. That's why we got to put in $5 each to buy the school a new sample.
Now I've got to go to South America, if only to send you a tsetse fly.
Next week, tune in to another Our Miss Brooks show brought to you by Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair and Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay. Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, is produced by Larry Burns, written by Al Lewis, Lester White, and Joe Quillen, with the music of Wilbur Hatch under the direction of Maurice Carlton. Mr. Boynton is played by Jeff Chandler, Mr. Conklin by Gail Gordon. Others in tonight's cast were Jane Morgan, Dick Crenna, and Gloria McMillan. For a beauty bath that brings you glamour from head to toe, get bath-size Palmolive soap.
Yes, ladies, for velvet smooth beauty lather that caresses your skin, leaves your whole body glowing with the warm blush of fragrant loveliness, enjoy a beauty bath with bath-size Palmolive. It's perfect for your tub or shower. Just the gentlest massage over your body creates a glorious lather that leaves your skin delightful.
Yes, for the most luxurious bath you've ever had, get big bath-size Palmolive soap. For mystery liberally sprinkled with laughs, listen to Mr. and Mrs. North, the exciting, fun-packed adventures of an amateur detective and his beautiful wife. Tune in Tuesday evening over most of these same stations. And be with us again next week at the same time for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks. Bob Lamont speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
It's Moisturize, the new, all-new Rolly 903 cigarette. Listen. That jet of fresh, pure moisture stands for the new, different, moisturized Rolly 903. New blend, new taste, new freshness. It's the new, all-new, moisturized Rolly 903. Program starring Red Skelton with David Forrester and his orchestra, our singing star Anita Ellis, Gigi Pearson, Verna Felton, Pat McGee, and Wonderful Smith, and yours truly, Rod O'Connor. It's a pleasure to bring you Metro Goldwyn Mayer's popular young comedian and the star of our Raleigh Cigarette Program, Red Skelton.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. That extra force and applause there was Jack Dempsey giving out a little more than usual. Thank you and good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, Ren, what have you been concentrating on this past week?
The usual thing, breathing, I guess.
Well, what have you been doing?
Oh, I had a lot of fun. I've been hanging around a lot of my old buddies, some cab drivers I worked with in New York.
Well, now, don't tell me you used to drive a cab.
Yeah, oh boy, it was fun in those days. Every Monday morning, the drivers would all meet in front of the dispatcher's office and compare fenders. Anybody with four was a sissy.
Well, Red, how's driving in New York compared to driving in California?
Well, in New York, when you hit somebody, it's called an accident. But in California, when you miss someone, it's called an accident. Hey, you know that slogan, 1 out of 2 might be you? The guys at Santa Anita are now laying 6 to 5.
Well, all jokes aside, I have great respect for cab drivers.
Yeah, me too. You know, when people are out on a party and they've had, well, you know, instead of driving home, they should call a cab.
You mean when they've had, well, shall we say, one too many?
No, let's say when they're stinking drunk, huh?
Well, do you agree with the slogan, then, that...
I'm proud of that.
I say, do you agree with the slogan, if you can't keep your hands off the bottle, keep your feet off the throttle?
No, I believe if you drive high, you'll be buried low.
Listen. That jet of fresh, pure moisture stands for the new, all-new Rolly 903 cigarette. It's moisturized to stay fresh longer. It's moisturized to taste better. It's moisturized to smoke milder. Yes, this new Rolly 903 is moisturized by the revolutionary new 903 process. That fresh, clean, beneficial moisture penetrates every leaf, every fiber of Rolly's choice tobaccos. Brings you new mellow taste, new mildness, new freshness. It's the new, all-new Rolly 903.
And remember this about the new Rolly 903. Medical science offers proof positive. No other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars.
Smokers, follow the lead of that famous star, Walter Houston. Smoke this new Rolly 903. New blend, new freshness, new taste. You'll see the number 903 on the government stamp. This Rolly 903 is new, all new. Smoke the new, all-new Rolly 903. It's moisturized.
Anita Ellis sings, "Oh, but I do."
You think I don't love you, oh, but I do. How can I show that I do? You think I don't get through, oh, but I do. Oh, I get light-hearted too. First I'm singing, then I'm sighing, then I'm flying high above. You think I don't know why, oh, but I do. I know that it's you I love. First I'm singing, then I'm sighing, then I'm flying high above. You think I don't know why, oh, but I do. I know that it's you
Thank you very much, Anita. Tonight, the stories from our Skelton scrapbook of satire are about taxicabs. That's something new. During the war, taxicabs were at a premium. So let's look back a few years on a typical taxi passenger.
Hey, Willie! Get up out of that street. What is the matter with you?
Nothing at all, officer. Nothing at all.
What are you laying in that street for?
Well, you know a better way to stop a cab, huh? Now, I gotta get home. My wife by now has called every hospital in town.
Looking for you?
No, making reservations for me.
Willie, get out of of that street. You know some of the cab drivers are women.
Yeah, well, I think what's a nickel, isn't it, huh?
Every night it's the same thing with you.
Oh, no, it's not. Sometimes it's worse, you know. Oh, here comes a taxi. Hey.
Did you whistle at me, mister?
Yeah.
Fresh guy.
I like men cab drivers better than you. They're not as strong, you know.
So an innocent girl ain't safe after dark. I'm only trying to do my job, and wolves like you won't let me alone.
Would you please put me down? I don't like my feet dangling in the air. I want to go home.
Where do you live?
I don't give my address to strange women.
I think something's wrong with you.
Yeah, what makes you say that?
You're wearing a waste paper basket for a hat.
Listen, Curly, if I want to throw away my head, that's my business. Now, come on, drive me home, will you? I'm in a hurry. My mother's coming home on furlough. I'm proud of that.
I can't understand why you're not in a booby hat.
I flunked my examination there. Come on, drive me home, will you?
Sorry, but I'm only going 1 block.
Okay, I'll drop you off there.
Look, Bob, I said I was only going 1 block.
Oh, no, you don't. You cab drivers are a little bit too independent. Now, you drive me home or I'll report you to the city hall and you'll lose your exercise license.
You mean franchise, don't you?
All right, have it your way. I always thought the word was franchise, but if you say exercise, okay.
Look, wise guy, I'll have you know I don't take nothing off of my customers.
You don't?
No.
Good, a free ride, huh? Now, if you don't mind, get going, will you?
Okay. Pour yourself back in the seat, Drip.
Okay.
Wow. Looks like we're only going to block after all. I'm out of gas.
Oh, no, you don't. I'm wise to that little trick. I saw you turn that key off. Who do you think I was born yesterday? Who do you think I was born? I saw you turn that ignition off.
Oh, shut up and get out of my cab.
I'm staying right here.
I said out of my cab.
I said I'm staying right here.
Oh.
You. What do you... See, I told her I was going to stay here. Chapter 2. Our competition is back and the taxicab wars echo through the cities again. Well, here I am. Hurry up and get it over with. My meter's running. Yes, sir, boy, I like driving a cab better than I do driving a tractor. There's more money in it, you know. Last week I made $18, not counting the tips. Counting the tips, that was $17.50. You see what happened? A guy got in my cab and I got the meter going the wrong way, see? So when I got him to his destination, I had to give him $10.50. Then he got mad because I wouldn't give him a tip. Well, let's see. Well, what do you know? The last passenger just left the bottle in the back seat. Better throw it out of there. That was a dumb thing to do. I guess I better back the car up and clean that glass off of the street there. That's funny, it was along here somewhere. There it is. I've been driving around all day and I've only picked up 2 passengers. Maybe I ought to stop cruising around the cemetery, huh? Uh-oh. There's one of them polka dot cabs cruising in my territory. So I'll fix him, I will. Wonder if I hurt his rear fenders. Nope, it's still there, hanging from his radiator cap. Uh-oh, he's coming over here. I better hide.
What's the big idea? What are you, a moron?
Yes, and here's my lodge ring to prove it. I couldn't help it. It was an accident. You stopped right in front of me.
But you were driving down the wrong side of the street.
Well, I'm mighty happy to hear you admit that it was your fault.
Let me see your driver's license.
Here it is, but it's just for driving taxi cabs. See, I'm too reckless to drive a car.
Get out of that cab. Oh, I see you've won the company's Distinguished Service ribbon.
Well, not that I know of.
Well, then what is that ribbon you're wearing?
Oh, I don't know. Stopped by the hog show. Maybe I won something. That's not a ribbon. I got a rip in my coat. My red underwear showing through. Now, I don't want any trouble with you, fellas.
Well, okay, but from now on, you watch where you're going. Just look at that thing you're driving.
Well, that ain't bad. It used to be a convertible until one day I pressed the button to put the top down, and the top stayed up and the car collapsed.
Why don't you work for the good cab company?
Well, there are reasons why I don't work for the good cab company.
What are the reasons?
Oh, I don't know, but they told me it's a good cab company.
Well, you should get a new cab.
Yeah?
That thing you're driving's too old. Look at that windshield. Made out of glass.
Now, look, wise guy, just for that, I'm going to let all the air out of your tires. I'll fix you, brother. Yeah, how do you like that? I'll show you a thing or two, brother. Yeah. Too bad O'Connor ain't here. He could read a moisturized commercial.
That wasn't very smart of you to do, let the air out of my tires, because you're going to blow them right back up again.
Who, me? I can't. I ain't got no lungs.
What makes you breathe?
Burlap bags.
All right, come on your knees. Start blowing some air into them tires.
Well, get off my back. I ain't going to run away. How many pounds do you carry in these things?
Never mind, just keep puffing. You ain't anywhere near the danger point.
Okay. Windy old bird, ain't I?
Just for that, I'm going to hit you so hard it'll unlace your shoes.
Oh, well, I'd like to see you hit me and unlace my shoes. You see, wise guy? Button shoes.
Listen. That jet of fresh, pure moisture stands for the new, all-new Rolly 903 cigarette. It's moisturized to stay fresh longer. It's moisturized to taste better. It's moisturized to smoke milder. Yes, this new moisturized Rolly 903 is unlike any Rolly cigarette you've ever smoked before. It's new, all new, new blend, new freshness, new taste.
And remember this about the new Rolly 903. Medical science offers proof positive. Tests certified by a jury of 14 doctors based on a method used by the United States government. Prove that no other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars.
Smoke the new, all-new Rolly 903. It's moisturized.
David Forrester and his Rolly Cigarette Orchestra play the current hit, Sonata. Title, Sonata. Chapter 3, Junior and the Taxi Cab. When children ride in a cab, the drivers make with the gab. 'Cause if the kid thinks on his own, you may never get home, but find yourself at the morgue on a slab.
Will you send the taxi cab right away, please? The address is 10440.
Yeah,
Junior, get your coat on while I get my purse.
Okay, Warden. Oh, boy. Now, while she's out of the room, I think I'll do a little telephoning while I'm waiting.
Hello?
Hello. This is the department store. We can deliver you a new stove, a new icebox, and a bathtub, and 3 packages of bubble gum today.
Oh, no!
The telephone is my new secret weapon.
Ready to go?
Yeah, all ready to go. Oh, somebody at the door. I will go.
Junior, don't run. You'll fall.
No.
Please?
Yes, but next time when you say, I will go, don't step on my shoelaces, will you?
Junior, what's got into you?
I don't know, but I sure wish I could get it patented. I know that.
Did you phone for a cab, lady?
Yes.
Yes. Come on, Junior.
There you are. Where to, please?
A burlesque show.
Junior!
I don't know what it means. I thought that's what you say to a taxi cab driver. I don't know. I picked it up from Grandpa. Drive us to the Hitchin Post Theater, will you?
No. Drive to the Opera House.
The opera?
You'll enjoy it, Junior. They're performing Lohengrin.
Well, I thought maybe they was doing a choking and a hugging in Italian. Oh, here comes Mr. Fowler, that guy with a Quonset built over there. Hello, Mr. Fowler. We're going to the show.
Opera.
Show.
Opera.
Show. Show, we going to the opera. Send me to Georgia and call me a governor.
Oh, good. Well, may I ride with you? I have tickets, too.
Why, certainly, Mr.
Sure,
Fowler.
get in. I didn't recognize you without Jack Dempsey. Here, what down were you setting, Fatso, will you? Goodness, I don't want to be sniffed out at my early age. Boy, you really fat, ain't you? I bet this cab's bow-legged by now.
Junior, hold your tongue.
Okay. It's moisturized.
You folks ready?
Yeah, do it.
Oh, hello, Junior.
Hello.
Are you folks by chance going to the Opera House?
No, we're not. No.
Junior, we are too. Get in, my dear.
Yeah, get in. Pick up everybody. Goodness, I never get to see. I go anywhere. I always got to stand up. Everybody gets to sit down but me. I never get to sit down. Everybody.
We can make room.
I know, but nobody
Junior.
ever does it. Quiet! You yelled at me.
You sit on that little seat up there.
Oh, no, I'm not sitting on that thing. That's the kind that folds up on the wall, boy. Now I may be a goner forever. You go away and leave me in that thing. I wish I'd have stayed home, I does.
Now sit still.
Can I talk to the cab driver?
No.
You let me talk to that cab driver, or I'm going to tell.
You tell what?
I will tell everybody that you used to be a bearded lady with a circus.
I was never the bearded lady.
Oh, no?
No.
Here, Queenie, here's the waiter.
What are you trying to do? Ruin my act? You nervous.
Hey, cab driver, what's this thing here?
That's a taxi meter.
Really? I bet you pick up so many dead beats this thing flies at half mast, don't it, huh? Hey, does it work?
Sure it works.
Oh, you dreamer, you. Hey, careful, there's a stop street there. Careful the lights. Careful the lady with a suitcase there. Oh, I get so nervous when other people drive.
Driver, are you going by the railroad station?
I'm sorry, but I've got a load.
No, let her in. Goodness, I never get a seat nohow. Let her in. Pick up everybody, why don't you?
Well, would it be all right with you folks? I have to catch a train. Is it all right with you folks, sir?
Well, certainly we can always make room for a charming lady.
Oh, you woof, you. Hey, driver, make this into an open-air cab and we can see a widow drool in the sun.
Junior, what's your manners?
Yeah, here, let me help you, lady. I will carry your pocketbook for you.
Junior, remember what I told you about panhandling?
Yes, but I don't like your way. I make more of mine.
Are you comfortable?
Tight squeeze, but I think I can
Yeah,
make
old
it.
Fatso here, he takes up a lot of space, you know. He ain't seen inside of a telephone booth for years, you know.
Move over, Junior. There isn't much room.
I'd make some room if I had a pen, boy.
Oh, no. You wouldn't jab anyone. You're just kidding.
You just keep laughing, kiddo, that's all.
Very kind of you to let me share your cab.
Oh, dear.
Here, please take us $5 for your trouble. Oh, no, I can't accept it.
Oh, no, we can't accept it.
Why not?
It's not enough. Why, it wouldn't pay for Grandma's living for one day.
Where do you live?
Santa Anita.
Dear, at times I wonder if the store did have our house on the blacklist.
Yeah.
You know, I have a little boy.
You guys?
Uh-huh. He's a perfect little gentleman.
Do tell.
Just like you.
You want to bet? Hey, Grandma, can I ride up in the front with the driver?
No, Junior.
No, we'll be getting out soon.
Well,
Yes, here, play with my watch or something.
why is everybody so afraid I'm going to ride up there with the driver?
I wonder.
Vernike's getting that faraway look.
Oh, don't worry. I know when he's up to something.
If I was up in the front there, I could blow the horn. Might even try out the brakes or something. Grandma.
No!
You know me pretty well, don't you?
It's getting warm in here. Shall we open the window?
Well, it has the automatic control from the front.
Oh, driver, could you crack this window, please?
Here, let me do it.
Junior, why did you do such a stupid thing?
Well, wait, let's back up and pick up the sound man, will you? Let's try it again.
Crack the window, driver.
Let me do this.
Junior, why do you do such stupid things?
Sort of makes sense now, don't it?
Now you're going to get it.
Oh, you hit me. You broke me with a wire, you broke me.
Well, let's do that. But
You broke it, you free
I'm
blanket.
not interested. I hope I made an impression on you.
Yes, you did. I got so many impressions on me, I look like Grumman's lobby, I got. You broke my arm, Grandma. Hey, Mr. Fowler, she broke my arm.
Well, maybe you won't be able to get in my cookie jar anymore.
Oh. Hey, lady, do you know that my grandma just broke my arm?
So I heard.
Well, there's no sympathy in this group, is there?
Did she really break your arm?
Never mind, it's healed up now. Boy, this will give John Crosby something to write about. Stuff like that keeps that guy in business, you know. Right?
Stop squirming around.
Well, I got it when I got no place to sit down.
Let the boy get up here with me.
Oh, all right. Junior, go ahead.
Is it all right?
Certainly.
I mean, you realize what you're saying.
Get up there, Junior, but don't touch anything.
Trusting old soul, ain't it? Okay, kiddo.
And don't call me kiddo.
Kiddo.
I'm 45 years older than you are.
45. You remember when Pike's Peak was a pimple. I good having fun, boy. This cab is so crowded, it'd be a great spot for a hamburger stand, wouldn't it? A hamburger stand.
Here, I'll help you through the window.
Yeah, okay.
Careful you don't shut my meter off.
Okay, boy. This is going to be very interesting, you know. It's going to be fun.
I think I'll get out at the next corner.
All right, lady. I'll have to turn off this street.
Yeah. Hey, what you looking for?
Yeah, to see if there's anything back of me. You look out and see if there's anything coming on that side.
No, there's nothing coming but a big bus, but you can make it if you hurry. No poke. Well, turn off the meter. You can't charge us for riding on a bus, you know.
Remember, we'll all be back at the next Tuesday at the same time. Until next Tuesday, then, this is Red Skelton saying goodbye now. And on behalf of the safety group, we remind you not to smoke in bed, not even a Raleigh. Thanks for listening. Sir Walter Raleigh, the pipe tobacco that rates superior on all 5 counts. Check them.
A rich, ripe, full-bodied burley blend.
Sir Walter Raleigh pipe tobacco.
Mellowed with rum for extra smoothness. Deep down, satisfying goodness.
That's Sir Walter Raleigh pipe tobacco.
Clean smoking all the way down. No soggy heel. Leaves only a clean, dry ash.
And that's Sir Walter Raleigh pipe tobacco.
Crimp cut for slow, even, cool burning.
Yes, Sir Walter Raleigh pipe tobacco.
The brand of grand aroma. Keeps home sweet home.
It's Sir Walter Raleigh. Sooner or later, your favorite tobacco.
Smoke Sir Walter Raleigh, the quality pipe tobacco of America.
Red Skelton is brought to you by the Brown & Williamson Tobacco Corporation. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
What time is it? It's time for the Abbott and Costello Show. We're on the air for ABC here in Hollywood.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go with the Abbott and Costello Show.
Yes, it's the Abbott and Costello Show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood for your listening and laughing pleasure with chuckles for the carload and music by Matty Malvin. So hold on to your chairs, folks. Here they are, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello. All right, what's all the excitement about? What happened, Lou?
Well, Uncle Mike discovered gold on his ranch.
Well, good for Uncle Mike.
Yeah, he's sending to Europe for some Englishmen with shovels.
He's sending for Englishmen with shovels. What for?
He figures England will want to borrow the gold sooner or later, and they might just as well come over here and help dig it up.
Oh, let's face it, Costello. Your Uncle Mike is a moron.
Oh, no, he's not.
No?
He's going to be a great scientist someday. Right now he's working on a new insecticide.
He is?
Yes. Last week he got out his notebooks and locked himself in his laboratory with 10,000 mosquitoes. He released the mosquitoes and was going to write down the mosquitoes' behavior.
And what did he write?
Nothing. He was so busy scratching he didn't have time to write.
Just as I thought. He's as big a nincompoop as you.
No, he's not. Right now he's crossing a rubber plant with a banana.
And what does he expect to get?
A girdle you can slide into.
You know, your whole family are jerks. But, by the way, what was that silly-looking thing on the radiator of your car this afternoon?
Well, you see, I can't afford a radiator cap, so I trained my little dog to sit on the radiator.
Your dog sits on the radiator?
Mm-hmm.
Does he bark much?
Only when it boils over.
Well,
I gotta leave you now, Abbott. I got a job as a babysitter.
You a babysitter?
Yep.
Babysitters are girls.
Well, what's wrong with the man? My Uncle Jim Kelly was a sitter. He isn't around anymore, though.
He isn't? What happened?
While he was sitting, the warden pulled the switch.
Oh, get him out.
And there'll be much more of that terrific Abbott and Costello humor in a few seconds.
Take it easy. What are you so excited about? Calm down. What's the matter?
I'm worried, Abbott.
What do you mean?
My Aunt May is in terrible shape.
Well, what's the matter with her?
She's got hallucinations. She thinks she's a taxi cab.
She thinks she's a taxi cab?
Yeah.
Why doesn't Uncle Mike call a doctor?
Why should he? She gets him to work faster than the Sunset Bus.
How long has Uncle Mike and Aunt May been married, Lou?
Well, it's just 20 years since they went on a honeymoon. Aunt May went to Niagara Falls, and Uncle Mike went to Miami.
Wait a minute. You mean they weren't together on their honeymoon?
No, Uncle Mike said that a honeymoon is the happiest time of your life, and why let marriage spoil it?
Well, it's wonderful to think that your Aunt May and your Uncle Mike have been married for 20 years.
Yeah. But really, Abbott, what's wonderful about it? Uncle Mike thought she loved him, but for the whole 20 years she hated him. Hated him like poison. And now they have 17 children.
Wait a minute. If she hated him, why did they have 17 children?
Well, it was her idea. She was just trying to lose them in the crowd.
Is that mean to him, Lou?
Well, she beats him up all the time. He wouldn't mind it if it wasn't for the children.
The children?
Yeah, they beat him, too.
He must be really henpecked.
Yes, he is. She tries to keep him in the house every night. Saturday, when he started to take his bath, she put 6 boxes of Jell-O in the tub so he'd get stuck. Luckily, it was raspberry, and he ate his way out.
Well, they don't have a very happy home life, do they, Lou?
No. Saturday night, Uncle Mike played pinochle all afternoon, and when he came home at 6 o'clock, there was no dinner on the table.
Well, where was your Aunt May?
Down at the bowling alley. She's down there 7 days a week.
Well, that's a shame.
Yep, Uncle Mike should have never got her that job setting pins.
Well, look, wasn't your Uncle Mike married once before?
Yeah, but his first wife passed away.
Well, now that's too bad.
Uncle Mike had such a tough time collecting the insurance that sometimes he almost wishes she hasn't died.
What did your Uncle Mike do before he got married, Lou?
Well, he was quite a Romeo, Abbott. For 2 years, he carried a torch for a girl in Pennsylvania.
He carried a torch for a girl in Pennsylvania?
She was a coal miner, and it gets pretty dark in those tunnels.
Didn't he ever work for a living?
Sure, he had a job in a canned soup factory. He was in the chicken soup division. He was a dragger.
Now, wait a minute. What are the duties of a dragger in a canned soup factory?
Very simple. When a 1,000-gallon tank of hot water was ready, he'd drag a chicken through it.
Well, it's no wonder your Aunt May fights with Uncle Mike.
Yeah. You should have seen Aunt May Sunday night, Abbott. She was so mad at Mike that she said she was going to pack her suitcases and leave him forever. Now he's really worried.
He is?
Yep. She ain't even started to pack her suitcases yet.
What a couple they are. Mike isn't a bad-looking guy, but I can't see what he ever saw in your Aunt May.
She was very popular in Patterson when she was a young girl.
She was?
Yes, the Patterson Electric and Power Company voted her Miss Alternating Current of 1915.
Costello, that's about the year you were born back in Patterson, isn't it?
Yes. I'm Patterson's favorite son.
What do you mean?
Just last week, the people of Patterson erected a statue in the very spot where I was born.
The spot where you were born? Where was that?
Right in the middle of the Greyhound bus depot.
You were born right in the middle of the Greyhound bus depot?
It was raining and my mother couldn't get a taxi.
Costello, you talk like an nincompoop. Tell me, does your whole family suffer from stupidity?
Indeed not. They enjoy every minute of it.
Hey there, Costello. I want to talk to you.
Mister, do I owe you any money?
No.
Mm-hmm. Did I ever give you a tip on any of my horses?
No.
Have you got a red-headed sister in Chicago?
No.
Okay, go ahead and talk to me.
You give away great prizes on this program. Can I win a refrigerator or something? Nope. Well, goodbye. I've got to go hurry over to the Gangbusters radio show. Last week I got $164 on that program.
Wait a minute. Gangbusters don't give away anything.
Oh, I forgot to tell you. I'm a pickpocket, too.
Now I know where I saw that guy, Abbott. It was the 30th anniversary party. Yours. Remember you had a swimming pool filled up with bourbon?
Yeah, the whole swimming pool was filled with bourbon. What fun.
Yes, I never saw so many people going down for the third time with smiles on their faces.
Well, never mind that. The whole town's talking about my anniversary party. Didn't my wife Betty look beautiful? I'm very proud of my wife. Every man in town was fighting over her, but I got her.
Abbott, you didn't fight hard enough.
My wife is a beautiful woman. She hasn't got a wrinkle in her face.
She hasn't, huh? Then what are those things? Dents?
Costello, you know nothing about women. I don't even know why I even discussed the subject of women with you.
Well, it's not my fault, Abbott. I led a very sheltered life. Then I met a lovely little redhead, and I learned about women from her.
You did?
I'll never forget our first date. We sat on the riverbank in the moonlight. She moved closer to me, then I moved closer to her. Then the moon went behind a cloud. Then it happened. Wow, she let me tighten the string on her ukulele.
Didn't she kiss you, Lou?
Yes.
Did you like it?
Oh, boy.
How did it make you feel?
How did it make me feel?
Yeah.
Did you ever stand on a hot buttered waffle and have somebody pour maple syrup down your spine?
How did you get along with her, Lou?
Oh, good. The second time we had a date, I took her sightseeing on a bus.
Rubberneck?
No, but I tickled her a little.
Hello, boys.
Hey, look, Costello, it's our secretary, Viola Vaughn.
Well, Viola Vaughn.
That's my line, Lou.
Take it.
Well, Viola Vaughn. I understand you bought a new car. How do you like driving in California?
Well, it would be. That's your
be. It would be all right if it weren't for the pedestrians.
What's wrong with the California pedestrians?
Well, I was driving down here tonight, and one of them whizzed right past my windshield. The dirty coward was pole vaulting across the street.
Sneaky devils, ain't they? Viola, why don't you take me for a ride down the beach tonight?
I should say not.
Costello, Viola's only kidding. She really likes you, but you've got to do something to show that you like her.
That's right, Costello. Do something brave.
Do something brave?
Uh-huh.
I know what I'll do. I'll join the army and help fight the British.
But we're not fighting the British.
That's all the better. That way nobody can get hurt.
Costello, you know, you've been acting kind of queer lately.
Hey, wait a minute. Come to think of it, you're right, Viola. Yesterday afternoon, I saw him sitting up in a tree in Griffith Park.
Costello, what were you doing up in that tree?
Signing autographs?
Signing autographs?
Yes, the robins thought I was Woody Woodpecker.
Costello, here's another thing. Why do you always carry an umbrella on your arm? Why don't you get a girl on your arm? You know, a girl is much nicer than an umbrella.
Oh, I don't know, kiddo. When you're through with a girl, can you fold her up and hang her in a closet?
Why, you simple-minded, no-good, low-down...
Now, just a minute, Mr. Abbott. Have you ever stopped to consider that Costello's reasoning capacity and his functional capabilities for logical delineation are coordinated, comprehensive, and negligible? Is it compulsory to you to abuse this poor, moronic, social incompetent simply because the poor slob doesn't possess the mental capacity of an imbecile?
But Viola...
Just a minute, Abbott. You've had this coming to you for a long time. Let us finish. Continue. Tell them what a slob I am.
Viola, Viola, I can't help it if Costello is stupid.
Who's stupid? I want to tell you something, Abbott. I'm always studying, always reading. I just finished a book called When Frankenstein Meets the Wolfman in Dracula's Garden, where the Spider-Woman killed the cat girl.
What's the story about?
Two bums living in the La Brea tar pits.
Well, I've got to go now, boys. I'm taking my painting lessons.
Do you paint?
Oh, yes. I draw birds with charcoal. I paint flowers in watercolor.
What do you do in oil?
Fry potatoes. Go on,
You know, Abbott, there's a girl going places.
She is?
Yes, sir. If she hurries, she can be the first one in line to collect her unemployment insurance.
Oh, get him out!
Now, while we take the 50-second intermission, we'd like you to consider this. Ladies and gentlemen, that singing star of the Abbott and Costello show, Hal Winters.
I'd like to sing a song that belongs to the month of January as much as White Christmas belongs to December. With Matty Malnick's orchestra, here is the Ralph Ranger, Leo Robin perennial, June and January. It's June in January because I'm in love. It always is spring in my heart with you in my arms. The snow is just white blossoms that fall from above. And here is the reason, my dear, your magical charm. The night is cold, the trees are bare, but I can feel the scent of roses in the air. It's June in January because I'm in love, but only because I'm in love with you. The night is cold, the trees are bare, but I can feel the scent of roses in the air. It's June in January because I'm in love, but only because I'm in love with you.
Hey, Abbott. I just made an important discovery. I think I can safely announce that Governor Dewey will run for president in 1952.
Oh, what makes you think that?
He just started taking piano lessons.
You know, Costello, ever since you started playing the part of Sam Shovel, private detective, you've got your nose in everybody's business. You've been as busy as an ant.
Ants are busy?
Certainly.
Then why are they always going to picnics?
When you talk sense, what is that letter you have in your hand?
Well, Abbott, it's another fan letter. Listen to this. Dear Lou Costello, a Sam Shovelly detective, you are the greatest thing on radio. I love your show. But my wife won't listen to it. She says she needs you like she needs a hole in the head. I'm sending her to see you tonight.
Mr. Costello, there's a lady to see you.
What does she look like?
She's a short, fat woman with a hole in her head.
Oh, never mind. What is your Sam Shovel detective story for tonight, Luke?
I think I'll do one of my old Western cases. I call it the case of the general, who opened up a drive-in and was caught selling horse meat. Or Custer's last hamburger stand.
Well, you're talking. Let's do it.
I'm Sam Shovel, private detective. I remember my first case. Three-eyed Maxie the murderer. He had 3 eyes. He was the only man in the world with 20/20/20 vision. And there was my second case. Terrible Tony, the toughest gangster in Los Angeles. He was a bronze giant with muscles of steel and an iron fist. I had to shoot him. May he rust in peace. 15 years in the detective business takes a lot out of you. But I feel as strong and vigorous as the day I started. Right now I could tear Superman in half. But I don't want to ruin the rest of the paper. I feel kind of thirsty. I go to the sink. This Los Angeles water is getting harder every day. I glance out of my window. There's the headquarters of the Republican Club. On the window there's a sign, GOP. I just found out what GOP means. Gone out permanently. I look down at my desk. There's my new wristwatch. My new wristwatch. It's a shock-proof, non-magnetic, waterproof watch. The directions say don't take this watch out of the box. Fresh air ruins it. I think I'll give it to my secretary. What a secretary. She got the job the hard way. The hard way. She knew how to type. Lying next to my watch is my shotgun. I decide to see if it's loaded. I pointed at the floor and pulled the trigger. I looked down at the floor. When did I buy open-toed shoes? I reach in my coat pocket. Here's a wallet I found last night. I hope I can find the owner. I check to see what's in the wallet. Here's a card. If found, return to Mr. Nichols, Del Mar Hotel. Here's a driver's license issued to Mr. Nichols, Del Mar Hotel. Here's a birth certificate with the name Nichols. Here's the pink slip for a new Hudson sedan issued to Mr. Nichols, Del Mar Hotel. Well, here's $600 in cash. Looks like I'll have to keep the money. Serves that guy right. He should carry some identification. The name on the money is Washington. Now, let me see. Oh, yes. It's about time for my pal, Lieutenant Abbott of the Homicide Squad, to show up. Abbott had a pretty tough week chasing crooks. Monday night he was held up on Main Street. Tuesday night he was held up on Broadway. Wednesday night he was held up on Sunset Boulevard. If Abbott would stay out of those saloons, he wouldn't need anybody to hold him up. Lieutenant Abbott don't have to work. He was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. This was okay until he found out that all the other kids had tongues. It's not easy to be born with a silver spoon in your mouth. Up to the time Abbott was 19, all he could say was Rogers Brothers, 1847. Before he became a detective, Abbott was a motorcycle cop. He was the only cop on the force that had traffic eyes. Real traffic eyes. They'd always look both ways before crossing each other. No matter what case Lieutenant Abbott goes out on, he's never stuck. Hello, Sam Shovel, private detective speaking.
Hello, Sam. This is Lieutenant Abbott. Sam, what time do the vaults open in the Fourth National Bank?
At 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Not till 9 o'clock tomorrow morning?
That's right, Lieutenant Abbott. You can't get in those vaults till 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Who wants to get in? I'm trying to get out.
Suddenly, my door opened.
Sam Shovel.
It was my pal, Lieutenant Abbott. He was scared to death. He was perspiring. He was sweating bullets. Lieutenant Abbott, how'd you get out of that bank vault?
Sam, I'll tell it to you all in a nutshell.
Can't you tell it to me here? I don't think we'd both fit in a nutshell.
Sam, I've been working on a series of bank burglaries. Monday night, the Kelly gang held up the First National Bank. Tuesday, they held up the Second National Bank. Wednesday, they held up the Third National Bank. So tonight, I was waiting for them at the Fourth National Bank.
And you caught them?
Nah. Tonight, they held up the First National Bank again. But enough about myself. Enough about my trouble, Sam. Sam, you don't look good. What's the matter?
I didn't get any sleep last night, Lieutenant. A burglar climbed into my bedroom window and made me get out of bed. I stood there shivering in my long underwear.
Why didn't you holler for help?
He had a gun, and I was afraid to open my trap. After the burglar left, I still couldn't get any sleep. I was worried about my brother Pat. He kept poking his head into my room.
Well, lots of guys poke their heads into their brothers' rooms.
On the end of a stick?
Sam, did you hear those shots?
They came from the office next door.
Who rents that office next door?
An organization called the American Society of Patriotic Americans for the preservation of freedom in the United States of all and for all patriotic Americans.
What do they do?
They're foreign spies.
Sam, look. There's the guy that did the shooting. He's coming in here. He's got a gun.
So this is the place I've been looking for, eh? Where's Sam Shovel, the private detective? What do you want with him? I'm going to kill him. I hate radio detectives. I hate them all. The Thin Man, the Fat Man, Ellery Queen. But most of all, I hate Sam Shovel. I'm going to gouge his eyes out. I'll fill him with lead. Now, who are you?
Oh, I'm just an ordinary policeman.
Yeah?
Honest, mister, I'm not a radio detective.
And you? Who are you, fatso? Well, I'm, I'm the... Don't stand there, Rabbit. Hand me my cookbook. Cookbook? Who are you? Don't you recognize me? Mary Margaret McBride. Oh, so you're the one that gives out those recipes, huh? Mm-hmm. Well, if there's anything I hate worse than radio detectives, it's those recipe programs. I'll kill them all. I'll kill them like a hare.
Maestro will wind up tonight's hijinks in just a moment, plus after a little advice from this fellow.
Costello, are you sure the folks at home like this Sam Shovel series we're doing?
Oh, certainly, Abbott. Listen to this letter. Dear Lou Costello, other radio detectives get you to listen, expecting something big on their shows. Then in the end, they have nothing. You never disappoint the listener. You have nothing right from the start.
Well, that's quite a compliment to our writers.
Oh, sure. And I'm glad they heard that bear letter, folks, because our writing staff is headed by Eddie Foreman with Paul Collins, Pat Costello, Martin Ragwell, and Stern.
And our producer is Charles Vander. See you all next Thursday. Good night, folks.
Good night, everybody. Good night, everybody. Good night. Good night, everybody. Out of the world.
Listen each Thursday night at this time for another great Abbott and Costello show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood. Be sure to stay tuned for the outstanding entertainment which follows throughout the evening on this ABC station.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is smile. S-M-I-L-E.
Really?
You bet your life. The more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
Nice guy. Oh, that's me. Well, here I am again with $3,000 for one of our couples.
Just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected a young lady, Miss Daphne Carr, and her partner is Mr. William Hopper. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Well, welcome. Welcome to the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Miss Daffy Carr?
Daphne, please.
Oh, Daphne. Oh, I thought it said Daffy here. May I ask your age?
21.
21. That's a ripe old age. Shall I keep calling you Daffy?
No, I have several nicknames my friends call me.
Just what nicknames do you have? Could you give us a brief summary of your nicknames?
Oh, they call me Doll or Vitamin or Sugar.
Well, the whole three are essential. Why do they call you Vitamin?
Well, because I used to go out with a pill, and I was always trying to keep everything going and exciting and everything, and he would just sit around and mope more or less, so they called me Vitamin.
You just didn't want to mope with the dope, is that it? What do you mean? You wanted to do things that were exciting, like what?
Things that are exciting and everything that's vivacious and, lots of exciting things.
Hot diggity. Mr. Bill Hopper, are you related to Hedda?
No, no relation.
Grass?
No. It's one thing I do when I don't get my name on the telephone, right? I say, you know what a grasshopper is? And they says, yes. Well, leave out the grass and you'll get the rest.
And do they do that?
Most times.
You have a pet name, too? Does anybody call you Vitamin or anything?
No, just the plain Bill.
Oh, plain Bill.
Plain Bill.
Where were you born?
I was born in Wolfartisworth, England.
Would you spell that?
WLLFARDISWRTHY.
No, I remember the other part, Bill, B-I-L-L. Now, what does Wolfartisworth mean?
That consists of a little village on the boundary line of Cornwall in England. Just a little small town.
How long have you been in the United States?
Since 1906.
It's quite some time. 1906. Swine Swansea, Oxen Swansea, right? It's been there 10 years, huh? Are you married, Bill?
Yes, sir.
Why did you marry? Did you marry a Will Father's worthy lass?
No, sir.
Who'd you marry?
Married a California girl. Married the first girl I was introduced to in America. Or in California, rather.
You were hard to get, all right.
Hard to get.
How old are you, Bill?
64.
Are you really 64?
Pretty soon to 65.
Oh, is that so? I thought you were about 50.
Wish I was.
Well, you don't look it. You're a very vigorous, healthy, young-looking man, and I say that in the name of the Lord Mayor of Wolf Fathersworthy, England. Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to play You Bet Your Life for a chance at the $3,000 question. But before you do, I want you to pay attention to something real important.
Have you seen?
Did you ride?
Did you drive a new DeSoto? Hurry up.
Do it now.
At your dealers today. It's designed for you and your budget too. It's the 1952 DeSoto.
Have you driven the beautiful, the new 1952 DeSoto? The new DeSoto is designed for comfort. With chair-high seats, a big, roomy interior, and smooth-riding Oriflow shock absorbers that help make even the roughest road feel like a boulevard. The new DeSoto is designed for safety, with extra-wide windshield and window areas for better vision, and safety rim wheels to protect your family in case of blowouts. Yes, the new DeSoto is designed for you, and your budget, too. See it. Ride in it. Drive it today at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers. The magnificent new 1952 DeSoto. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth, the value jewel of the low-priced field.
All right, now let's see how you work together as a team. George?
Yes.
Explain the rules.
Well, you bet as much of your $20 as you want on each of 4 questions, and the couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $3,000 DeSoto Plymouth question later in the show.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You've selected major cities of the United States. These cities are all over 100,000 population. Now, here's your first question. How much will you bet?
15?
15? In what state is the city of Charlotte?
North Carolina.
North Carolina is right.
On your way, you have $35.
Remember, you're going for $3,000 tonight. Now, how much of the $35 will you try this time?
25? 25.
25. In what state is the city of Somerville? Somerville.
Somerville. Do you know? Yes.
Take a stab.
Jersey.
New Hampshire?
Oh, you're pretty close. It's Massachusetts. That's a tough question.
You now have $10.
All right, you got $10. You're not out of the race yet. Here's your third question. How much of the $10 you're going to bet?
5.
In what state is the city of Tampa?
Florida.
Florida is right.
Well, you're on your way again. You have $15.
You have $15, and here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much will you bet?
All.
All of it.
All?
Good.
Good. In what state is the city of Duluth?
Minnesota.
Minnesota is right. I'm sorry, I had one tough question.
And you wind up with $30.
Put it there, kid. Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
We invited some musicians and their wives for the show tonight, Groucho. And just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Mr. and Mrs. Bill Douglas. And here they are. Folks, come in here and meet Groucho Marx.
Well, howdy doody.
Hello.
Welcome, youngsters, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Dorothy and Bill Douglas. Is that right?
Yes.
That's right. What shall I call you, Mrs. Douglas?
Dorothy.
Dorothy, yeah. And what does Bill call you?
Just baby.
You think he'll always call you baby?
I guess so. I hope so, anyway.
Well, it's a nice, endearing name. What do you call Bill? And remember, this is only a half-hour program. What do you call it? Huh?
Sliggerpuddin'.
Sliggerpuddin'?
Yes.
Well, Sliggerpuddin', how are you? Now, that isn't better than calling a fellow full water's worthy or some name like that. Would you mind telling us why you call him Slinger Puddin'?
Well, that's short for sugar pudding.
That's short for sugar pudding?
Yes.
That must be lump sugar, I guess. Well, let's talk music. I understand you. What band are you with, Slinger Puddin'?
Oh, I play with several bands.
Sure. All at once?
Oh, no, by that I mean that I'm a freelance musician. I play with a number of bands, and we do casual dates.
Casual dates?
That's right.
Does Baby know about that? What instruments do you play?
Well, I play the drums.
You regard that as an instrument? A piece of dead skin stretched over a washtub, you regard as an instrument? What are some of the things you have to know how to drum?
Well, you should know your basic rudiments, such as the various rolls.
Oh, are there any fine points to drumming? Could you name some of the finer points of drumming?
Yes, well, we have finer rudiments such as the paradiddle, the flam, the flamadiddle, the ratamaqueue, all their...
Steady there, Bill, steady there. Let's take these one at a time. After all, I'm a musician, too. Would you have any objections if I asked you to demonstrate a few of these rolls?
Well, it's sort of difficult. I don't have my drum with me.
Oh, we have a drum. Jerry, could we borrow your drum? Bring up the drum. I brought up 3 kids. You certainly can bring up the drum. Right around here now. We're going to do this real big league style. If this man pretends he's a drummer, we'd like to know something about it. Now, this is Jerry Fielding. This is the director of the orchestra. He's not accustomed to carrying a drum. His father was a drummer. He used to sell neckties, but that's the place. Now, let's see, Bill. What was it? Let's see, you said something about a ratamaqueue. This is a pretty personal thing to say to a man you've just met, but could you describe a ratamaqueue in mixed company? What is a ratamaqueue?
Oh, a ratamaqueue is a triplet preceded by 2 grace notes followed by 1 beat.
Could you show us how a ratamaqueue goes?
Oh, ratamaqueue, it sounds just like ratamaqueue when I play it on the drum.
You know, drumming has changed a lot since my day. Back in '76, all I had to do was wear a bandage on my head and whistle Yankee Doodle. What else did you mention before? You had some other curious names that you...
Well, we also have double flamadiddle, the double paradiddle, the flamadiddle-diddle.
Well, any 2-year-old kid would know that. But we have very few 2-year-old kids in our audience. They're all watching Meet the Press. Could you give us a sample flamadiddle?
All right. The flamadiddle is a paradiddle with a flam on the first beat.
Well, a flamadiddle sounds like a ratamaqueue that's had a tough night. You imagine what Shakespeare could have done with that kind of talk, huh? Alas, poor flamadiddle, I knew him ratamaqueue. Whatever happened to bebop? Alas, poor bebop, I knew him flamadiddle. What is bebop, anyway?
Well, that's just cool music.
Well, will you get me my overcoat? I'd like to hear. Just how cool is bebop? Huh?
Well, it's the coolest as far as I'm concerned.
What do you think is bebop, Dorothy?
Well, just way out.
You couldn't get it any clearer than that if it's a way out. Well, you're a very nice couple, and you've been most instructive. I've learned a lot tonight about Flamadin. And I'd like to go on talking to you all night. However, since Bill here what's his name?
Sliggerpuddin.
Since Sliggerpuddin is full of Radamacue, I wouldn't be surprised if he beats me out of a lot of money tonight. Now then, we're going to go for the big money. We're going to see, you're going to play You Bet Your Life for a chance at the $3,000 question. All you have to do is run your $20 and the more than our other couples. Can't tell you how much you have to win, but George Fenneman is going to remind our listeners.
The first couple, Daphne Carr and Bill Hopper, won $30.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected French words used in the English language. These are all anglicized French words. All right, here's your first question. How much are you going to bet?
19.
That's good enough. $19, huh? What is the French word that means a first appearance in public? It begins with the letter D.
Debut.
That's right. Debut is right.
Well, you're off to a great start. You have $39.
All right. Remember, you're going for $3,000 tonight. Now, how much of the $39 are you going to risk on this one?
38's good enough.
How much?
38, she says.
Say, you're real cool tonight, aren't you? Now, what do you call a lady's bedroom? It begins with the letter B.
Boudoir.
A boudoir is right.
Really on your way, you have $77.
Oh, you're way out, Skinnamadingle. Here's your third question. How much of the 77 are you going to bet?
75 we've agreed on.
What is the French word that means over sophisticated or world weary? It begins with the letter B. Talk it over. You can help me. Take a guess if you don't know. Blase, you should have known that. There's a song, too. A famous song, Blase. Well, that cut you way down.
Yes, you now have $2.
Oh. Well, you certainly can't get cool on $2. Huh? All right, you have one more chance to beat the other couples. How much will you bet?
Bet the $2.
Bet the $2.
What is the French word that means rubbish or wreckage? It begins with the letter D.
Debris.
Debris is right. I'm sorry that you lost that big one.
Wait a minute, how about this?
We certainly cannot let these people go away with $2 in their kick. We're going to give you one more question. Answer it correctly, and we'll give you $10. Now think hard and please no help from the audience. Steady? Here we go. What color is orange juice? Orange is right. Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
We have a couple of expectant parents next, Groucho. I think you're going to like them. Mr. and Mrs. Tom Snodgrass, I want you to come in and meet Groucho Marx.
Well, welcome, youngsters, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and take home $100 in cash. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Mr. and Mrs. Tom Snodgrass, eh? Mrs. Snodgrass, what's your first name?
Nadine.
That's a very pretty name.
Thank you.
Sounds like a spot remover. How old are you, Nadine?
I'm 19.
19, huh? How old are you, Tom?
21.
21. How long you been married?
Oh, a year and 3 months.
Mr. Fenneman says you're expecting, but he didn't say what. Nadine, what are you expecting?
I'm expecting a baby.
Well, of all things, huh? Hey, this is serious. Is there a doctor in the house? How do you feel, Nadine? All right?
I feel just fine. The baby isn't due until April.
Tom, this is the first time we ever had anybody named Snodgrass on the program who's going to have a baby in April. Does anybody ever comment on your name?
Well, I became quite a fighter when I was young. Most of the kids kid me about my name, and even at work, most people think I'm kidding when I say my name is Snodgrass.
What sort of work do you do? Just going around defending your name?
No, I'm a transformer winder at Hughes Aircraft.
Nadine, were you working when you first heard about this impending development?
Yes, I was. I still am. I work for California Physician Service and Blue Shield Medical Plan.
Oh, that's pretty handy, huh? What would you like to have, a boy or a girl?
I think I'd rather have a boy.
How about you, Tom, boy or girl?
Oh, it has to be a boy.
Why? Why are you so insistent on that?
Why? Well, I'm the last of the Snodgrasses. I like to carry the name on.
Well, Tom, that's an important project. Of course, you may wind up with 17 girls, but it's worth fighting for. Do you have a pet name for Tom besides Snodgrass?
Well...
You don't call him Skinny the Rumpety, is it?
No, worse than that. Sometimes I call him Spider.
Well, that's a nice name for a husband. It's very common, though. Why do you call him Spider? Did he ask you into his parlor?
No, he's
Was
tall
he always
and
flying
thin.
around? Huh?
He's tall and thin, and when he was in high school, he was on the gym team, and he was on the side horse and long horse, and he looks like a spider when he tumbles.
Did he tumble for you on a long horse? What's your pet name for Nadine, Spider?
Well, I call her Dimples. She's got about 9 of them.
How did you meet this wretch? This is the name he wants to survive and perpetuate. How did you meet Spider?
Well, we went to the same high school, but we didn't know each other very well. Tom graduated before I did and went into the Navy. He came home...
What was that? Oh. We got a 3-act here, and I don't know it. So?
So, I was waiting for a bus one day, and he came and sat down beside me and asked me for a date.
You were standing on the corner waiting for a bus, and he came and sat down beside you?
No, I was sitting on the bench.
Oh, there was a bench there, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Did you propose to Nadine after the bus date, Tom?
No, I didn't. The next day I was shipped to San Francisco for dry dock and repairs.
Must have been a pretty violent day. What kind of repair?
It was repairs on the destroyer.
Oh, on the boat, huh?
Yeah, on the ship.
Now, Dimples, could you tell us about Spider's proposal? Where did it happen? What did he say?
Well, we were in a drive-in movie, and it was in the middle of the Tom and Jerry cartoon. And...
Now, don't tell me you were watching the movie.
No.
Yes, we were.
He wasn't, but she was watching Jerry, huh? How did Tom find out about the baby? Did you start eating strawberry ice cream for breakfast?
No, I went to the doctor, and the doctor gave me several little pamphlets about babies, and I brought them home and gave them to Tom.
And then he had a craving for strawberry ice cream? Well, you're a lovely young couple, and I wish you the best of luck, all 3 of you. Or maybe all 4 of you. Now you're going to play You Bet Your Life. You beat our other couples, you'll get a chance at the $3,000 question. Can't tell you how much you have to win, but George is going to remind our listeners.
The first couple, Daphne Carr and Bill Hopper, are still ahead with $30.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected resorts of the United States. These resorts and towns are visited by thousands of tourists each year. Now, here's your first question. How much of the $20 you're going to try?
15.
15. All right. In what state do you find Lake Placid?
New York. New York.
New York is right.
You're on your way. You have $35.
Remember, you're going for $3,000 tonight. Now, how much of the $35 you're going to try this time?
30.
30.
30. In what state do you find Sun Valley?
Idaho.
Idaho is right.
You now have $65.
$65. Here's your third question. How much are you going to bet?
60.
60. 50? 60. 60. In what state do you find Sarasota?
Oh.
Sarasota. Talk it over, and if you don't know, take a guess.
Michigan?
No, I'm sorry. It's Florida.
Oh.
I think some of the teams train there.
You now have $5.
$5. Well, 3 people can't live on $5. Now, here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much will you bet? $5. In what state do you find French Lick? This resort is famous for their mineral springs. Talk it over, and if you don't know, guess.
Florida?
California?
No. It's Indiana.
Oh.
It's right near Indianapolis. Well, we certainly can't let you people go away broke. I'm going to give you one more question. If you get it right, I'll give you $10. Think hard, and please no help from the audience. What composer wrote Brahms' Lullaby?
You know that.
Brahms?
Brahms is right, huh? I'm sorry, you didn't mention that.
Well, you folks
You're such a cute couple.
lost all your money, so that means our first couple, Daphne Carr and William Hopper, with $30, in just 1 minute, get the chance of the DeSoto Plymouth $3,000 question. Friends, just let me mention one big advantage you get when you take your car for service to a DeSoto Plymouth dealer. You see, his shop is fitted out with the latest, most modern tools and equipment to cope with any possible type of job, big or small, and do that job right. And the DeSoto Plymouth dealer mechanics who use these tools and this equipment know exactly what they're doing. They're highly trained men, not only experienced, but well-trained. Every so often, DeSoto Plymouth dealer servicemen are given factory-supervised training courses. This way, they keep abreast of the latest methods of servicing your car. Now, such training in factory methods is valuable even to the expert mechanics who combine new knowledge with past experience to assure you of a top service job every time. Oh, naturally, the more skilled a man is, the better his work and the faster he does it. And this saves you money. Top service, expert attention to your car, yes, and courtesy, too. That's what you'll find wherever you see the famous sign of better service, the friendly sign of a DeSoto Plymouth dealer. And here is Daphne Carr and Bill Hopper, the winning couple, all ready for the DeSoto Plymouth $3,000 question, Groucho.
Here we go for $3,000. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you. Think carefully, and please no help from the audience. Here it is. I'm sure everyone has heard of the Hall of Fame, the famous memorial to great Americans. But do you know where it is? It's located on the campus of a great university. For $3,000, where is the Hall of Fame located? What's the answer you two decided upon?
Washington?
No, I'm sorry. It's New York University, huh? That's the correct answer, New York University. So that means the big question next week will be worth $3,500. Well, you lost the big money, but you won a lot in the quiz. How much did they win?
$30.
$30. Huh? Congratulations and a very Merry Christmas to both of you and to all of our contestants on the show tonight. I'm sorry.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at the same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $3,500. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. 2 great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, see the 1952 DeSoto.
Folks, here's a reminder that the Christmas seals you put on your cards and packages will support the fight against TB all next year. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith, music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
Well, sir, it's early evening as we enter the small house halfway up in the next block now. And here in the living room, we find our friends abiding quietly at home. Mr. Victor Gook is established at the library table, playing himself a dashing game of solitaire. Mrs. Victor Gook occupies her husband's easy chair, reading the newspaper, and young Mr. Rush Gook, on the Davenport, stares unseeingly at the pages of his algebra textbook. And now there's conversation. Listen.
Want to meet me downtown tomorrow afternoon? What for? Talking to your father.
Are you referring to the purchase of a hat?
Yeah. Suppose you leave the office around 3:30 or so, and we'll meet in at Kleberger's.
Oh, shucks, Sid. I can buy my own hat.
No, you can't.
You people talking about hats.
What you do is dash in the store like a house afire and take the first thing they showed you.
Since organized society credits me with sufficient intelligence to permit me to walk the public streets without a straitjacket, it might be assumed that I'm smart enough to purchase an article of wearing apparel without guardianship and supervision. Hey, how'd you like that, Sidney? Pretty good. My next address is scheduled for Tuesday at 2 o'clock.
Shall we do that then?
Oh, heck, I'll drop by Kleberger's tomorrow on my way home from work.
Yes, and what would you buy? Some great big old wide-brimmed cowboy thing. No, sir. I'm going with you. Let's say 3 o'clock. We'll meet in at Kleberger's and see what they got, and then step over T. Hamilton's and Silver's.
I don't want to traipse all over town just to buy a doggone hat.
You want to see what the different stores have, don't you?
It's so fidgety I could
Hats
scream.
generally run you $5. $5 is quite an outlay for people in our circumstances. Pays to shop around. That's the way I do. Why, before I buy a 10-cent wash rag, I make the rounds.
That's because you enjoy looking at junk and chewing the fat with clerks.
I enjoy getting the most for my money. That's what I enjoy.
Smelly Clark's Uncle Stamp enjoys quite a reputation for being a spendthrift.
Does he?
Yeah. Why, take that occasion when he escorted his lady friend to Peoria for purposes of enjoying fish dinner.
You told us that.
When?
I don't know. The other day. Sometime.
I know I started to tell us.
Him and this girl went to Peoria and ate fish.
They didn't eat fish.
No?
No. That's the whole point of the story. They planned to eat fish, but fate intervened. And there's enough comical details in the story to choke a horse. And the conclusion of the story is so funny you'll roll on the floor. Here's the way it goes. It just so happened that Smelly Clark's Uncle Sap took it in his head to escort his lady friend to Peoria for purposes of enjoying fish dinner. On the way, an argument sprung up, and Smelly Clark's Uncle Sap informed his lady friend.
Here's more or less on the order what I want you to have, Vic. Pardon me, Willie.
Common courtesy.
I want to show your father this picture in the paper. Vic.
Hold it up.
It's a Kleberger advertisement, too. How do you like that hat?
The brim's too narrow.
Now, listen, mister. If you think we're going downtown tomorrow and buy you a broad-brimmed hat, you're mighty badly mistaken. You're not any cowboy from Pennsylvania, you know. You're a businessman, and you have to wear something neat and conservative.
Bunk.
I'll say. Yes, I think this is just about the ticket. I'll tell Kleberger's to show it to me first thing. I'll say I want to look at the hat they advertised in the paper.
You think it's just about the ticket. You'll tell Kleberger so-and-so. I'm the slob that's going to wear the doggone hat.
You'd buy a hat that looked like the inside of a gunny sack if you got a chance.
If I choose to wear a hat that looks like the inside of a gunny sack, whose business?
I'll tear this out. Take it along with me tomorrow. You know the name of it?
Name of what?
This hat?
No.
The Baltimore Banker.
What?
The Baltimore Banker. That's printed underneath. Here's a lid for younger fellas. The brim twists up flashy on the side, and there's a feather sticking in the ribbon. The Boulevard Strutter.
That's foolishness.
Yeah, it's kind of, ain't it?
Mom, I am still waiting to tell the story I started.
Oh, Smelly's uncle went to Peoria and ate fish.
Smelly's uncle did not go to Peoria and eat fish.
His lady friend ate fish.
His lady friend did not eat fish.
What'd she eat?
It just so happened that Smelly Clark's Uncle Strap took it in his head to escort his lady friend to Peoria for purposes of...
Enjoying fish dinner, yes. What happened?
On the way, an argument sprung up. And Smelly Clark's uncle...
Telephone singing.
And Smelly Clark's uncle...
That's $40, that's Ruthie.
500?
She kind of halfway said this morning she thought Fred would probably feel like playing.
Smelly Clark's uncle...
How about it?
Okay.
Informed his lady
You have to be quiet, Willie. Hello? Oh, yes, lady. Oh, sitting here with our shoelaces and our eyelets. Why, say, I think that'd be fine. Just a second. Mr. and Mrs. Dumpty Doodle up the street want to know if we could stand a game of 500. Vic says glorious, Ruthie. Here's a name I give you. Yeah, Mr. and Mrs. Dumpty Doodle. Yeah. Well, we'll look for you then. All right, lady. All right. Goodbye. They're coming here. Leaving right now. Better put on your shoes.
Fred takes his off as soon as he gets in the door.
Yeah, but you're the host. You going to be around, Buster?
I have not as yet formulated...
If you are, we can wait about the ice cream. Otherwise, you had better talk to the drugstore right now.
Perhaps you would...
What do you do with that advertisement I tore out? Oh, here. This is just about what I want. The Baltimore Banker.
The brim on that hat's too narrow, say.
It is not.
It is too. I look like a peeled onion.
You're no wild western cowpuncher. You just can't get away with enormous, floppy, wide-brimmed hats. Goodness, why don't you buy a lasso?
And another thing. You said you wanted me to leave the office at 3 o'clock. That's taken off 2 whole hours. Is it your intention to make me try on hats for 2 whole hours?
I want to see what Kleeberger's has got, and I want to see what Hamilton's and Silver's has got.
I got the willies running from store to store.
Whose fault is that?
About 20 minutes of stalling around talking to half-wit clerks, and I feel like screaming.
Rush, if you're going to be here when Mr. and Mrs. Simbaum come, you have to comb that hair. Looks fierce. Trot along and untangle it. You don't want company to catch you looking like an eagle's nest. Well, we don't have to make it 3 o'clock if you don't like leaving the office so soon. Say 3:30 or 3:45.
Why the heck can't I drop by Kleeberger's on my way home from work at 5?
Because I have to be there with you to see you get what's right.
Or as that goes, my presence ain't even necessary.
I suppose you're going to be all sulky tomorrow, like you generally are when we buy your clothes.
Yes, I shall be all sulky.
The clerks get the notion you're a little on the loony side. You don't ever say anything. You just stand and act sour.
What is there for me to say? You do all the talking.
No, but just the same.
Let's try this one on, Victor. No, keep your hands away. I'll fix it. Won't even let me try on my own hat.
No, because you take it and jam it down on your head like a frying pan.
Remember what that fool in Hamilton said last time we bought me a hat?
No.
He says, ask him if it's too tight, madam. Halfwit thought I wasn't bright.
Well, you certainly didn't behave right. Stood there like a statue, staring straight ahead of you while I put hats on your head.
Think I'll buy my doggone hats like Buller buys his.
How's he do?
Calls up on the telephone. Says, send me a hat, size 7.5.
Oh, land.
If the fella in the store asks him what color and what shape and so on, he says, I said send me a hat, size 7.5. I don't give a hoot what color or what shape. I want a hat size 7.5. I'll pay between $5 and $7. You got my orders. I'll expect somebody from your store here in my office in the next 10 minutes.
Oh, land.
The way I think I'll handle it.
You will not. You'll meet me tomorrow afternoon, and we'll pick out something neat and conservative with a halfway civilized-sized brim. 3:30 suit you? We'll meet in Kleberger's. It's a date, huh? Is it a date?
Okay.
Rush, what ails you? Sitting there looking like you've been eating crab apples.
I realize I am only a common, ordinary American citizen, but when I get halfway through a comical story,
Well, tell your story, goodness. Smelly Clark's uncle ate fish in Peoria.
Smelly Clark's uncle did not eat fish in Peoria.
His lady friend ate fish.
His lady friend did not eat fish.
What'd she eat?
It just so happened that Smelly Clark's Uncle Strap took it in his head to escort his lady friend to Peoria for purposes of enjoying fish dinner. On the way, an argument sprung up, and Smelly Clark, Uncle Strap...
Yeah, Fred Ruthie. Slip on your shoes and straighten that library table.
Informed his lady friend...
Go let him in, Rush.
Sitting here but you. And he said, I wanted you.
Vitalis for well-groomed hair and True Shave, the hand lotion with the beforehand extra, bring you Duffy's Tavern, starring Archie himself, Ed Gardner. Here's a new and different way to care for your hands. It's with True Shave, the beforehand lotion, a really different idea in hand lotions. Use True Shave before you get to work, before you do dishes, before you put your hands in dishwater or do light laundry. True Shave is so effective that it will guard your hands even in that hot, soapy water. But you can also use True Shave as you use ordinary hand lotions, anytime your hands need a creamy, softening lotion. So get True Shave and get an all-around hand lotion that also gives you beforehand protection. Get True Shave, the beforehand lotion, and get softer, lovelier hands.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern. Where do you leave me to eat? Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Well, it looks like spring is here. Yes, spring. And the whole world's kind of lousy with Mother Nature's wonders. Well, I might start this thing over again. Duffy's Tavern, where do you leave? Spring and the whole world lousy with Mother Nature's wonders. I'm out of practice. I wasn't here last week. What? You ain't noticed nothing different, Duffy? Well, just gaze your eyes out the window, and what do you see? Mrs. Murphy's long underwear? Well, that proves it's spring. She ain't wearing them. Oh, she is, huh? She's sitting out on the fire escape? Oh. Well, she don't do that in the winter, so it proves it's spring. Yeah, the time of the year when the birds and the bees watch people and take notes. Yeah. In other words, you know how all year long a guy sits around thinking about dames? Well, spring is when he does something about it. Yeah. Well, Duffy, why don't you be more romantic? Don't spring mean nothing to you? It means Eddie and me should get busy with the spring cleaning? Duffy, it's employers like you that give work a bad name. Besides, the joint don't look so bad. It's clean enough to fool the health inspector and yet dirty enough to keep him intrigued. Okay, Duffy. Eddie.
Yes?
Eddie, when was the last time this place was cleaned up?
Oh, I know. I'm Eddie Green, not Elephant.
Eddie, stop gold bricking. We got to clean up the place now. Get up there on the ladder and sweep that big spider web off the ceiling.
Got news for you.
What?
That spider web is the ceiling.
Well, cut the jokes and get up on the ladder, and while you're up there, scrape the dirt off the walls.
All the dirt?
Yeah.
What you want to do, start a landslide?
Eddie, will you get to work and decease the comedy?
Hello, boys.
Oh, hello, Miss Duffy.
Well, it looks like spring has really come to 3rd Avenue.
Yeah, you noticed it too, huh?
Yeah. On my way down here, a robin whistled at me.
Mm-hmm. Well, for you, that's about par. But it looks like you're the only member of the family that seems to relish spring.
Oh, no. Mama thinks it's very romantic, too. Guess what?
What?
Last night when she went to bed, she put a mud pack on her face. You should have heard Papa complain.
Why?
He says it was like sleeping next to a swamp. Incidentally, Archie.
Yeah?
Papa says as soon as you finish with the spring cleaning, either you or Eddie can have the night off.
A night off? No kidding. Quick, let me get my address book here.
Just a minute. Mr. Duffy said either you or me could have the night off.
Well, if that's your attitude, I'll toss you first.
Okay, wait till I get out off the ladder here.
Don't bother. I'll just toss the coin and I'll let you know how it comes out.
I stay up there and you going to let me know how it comes out?
Yeah. Here we are. Call it, Eddie.
Okay. Heads. And have a nice time.
What do you know? Tails. I win. Lucky, huh, Eddie? Eddie, I did not cheat.
I didn't say nothing.
I know, but in the future, I'll thank you to watch the tone of your silence. Well, I think I'll go and paint the town. I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, before you go painting the town, ain't you forgetting two things?
What?
A, money, and B, a girl.
Eddie, if one has A, one can get B. And I happen to have me full week's paycheck, $15 worth of A.
What about it?
Well, the little address book is just busting at the seams here. I don't like to brag, but, you know the New York telephone directory?
Yeah?
They get their numbers from me. Now, let's see this book here. Rosie, Mabel, Yvonne, Emma. Emma Schultz. I ain't seen her in years.
You mean the butcher's daughter?
Yeah. What a honey. We used to neck in her old man's refrigerator. No, Schultz never did find out why his ice bill was so high. I think I'll call her up. Hello? Is Emma there? This is her husband? Well, sir, when you hear the tone, the time will be 9:27 and a half.
Sound like that refrigerator was a little crowded.
Yeah, let me see now. Let me try this one now. Hello? Is Hazel there? She's taking a bath? Sorry, I must have the wrong number. Let's see. Oh, here's one, yeah. Yeah, Amber Gris McNulty. Yeah, me old sweetheart from PS4.
No dice. Now, I just saw her the other day. She's married and got 14 kids.
Really? And to think she always flunked multiplication. Well, let's see. Who else could I call? Hello, operator? Give me information. Hello, information? Look, honey, what are you doing tonight? Hello? And that kind of a dame calls herself a public utility.
No more phone number?
Well, nothing up to my usual standard. What a break. A spring night and no dame. Spring with the crocuses croaking. And the trees blossoming. And the little things popping up out of the ground.
Did I hear you say something about spring?
Yeah, good old spring. Ain't it wonderful?
Yep, no bed should be without one.
What I mean is spring in the air.
Well, if you say so, Arch, but I ain't much of a pole vaulter.
Maybe we better switch the subject. Where you been all day?
Up in Central Park, seeing the sights.
Mm-hmm. And vice versa?
Yeah. Boy, what fun I had feeding the squirrels.
Nuts?
Some of them. Yeah, but most of them squirrels is just as normal as you and me.
Yeah.
In fact, a lot of them is much normaler than people.
Where's that remark?
Well, sometimes people are stupid. Up in the park there, I was watching a sailor out on the lake in a rowboat with his girl. All he did for 2 hours was hug and kiss her.
Well, what's stupid about that?
Well, you'd think after months on the ocean, the guy'd be sick and tired of water.
Then again, maybe the guy was in love.
Love?
Yeah.
Well, that's stupid, too.
What do you mean?
Well, what happens? The guy falls in love with a dame and they get married. Before you know it, they got 8 or 10 kids. And the kids get married. Pretty soon the guy's an old man with a bunch of grandchildren.
So?
And one day his wife leaves him and he's got to start all over again. Well, I'll see you later. I got to get down to the police station.
The police for what?
Well, when I was up in the park, I found this lady's purse and I'm going down to return it.
Lady's purse? Let me see it.
Yeah.
Hey, look at that. Genuine stimulated leather. Hey, and look at here.
What?
This picture. It must be the dame that lost it. Look at that bathing suit. What a tomato. Finnegan, forget the police station, huh?
Why?
Well, here's her name and phone number, Myrtle Dodge. I'll call her up and talk to her, you know. Just let her know we found the purse, that is.
Oh, yeah? You ain't kidding me, Arch. I know what you're after.
What?
The reward.
You ain't kidding. Hello? Is this Myrtle Dodds? Well, my name is Archie. I think I found your purse. Now, if I bring it up to you, how about a date? You can't leave your girlfriend? Well, what's she like? Is she as buxom as you? Even buxomer, huh? Okay, I'll bring a friend for your friend. All right. Finnegan, come on. We got a double date.
Just a minute. What do I have to do?
Oh, nothing. Just talk to the dame, hold her hand, maybe kiss her goodnight.
Nothing doing. That kissing stuff ain't for me.
You mean you never kissed the dame?
Only me mother.
Well, your mother's a dame.
Yeah, but you'd never know it.
Now, look, Finnegan, I got a date for you. You know, kissing a sweetheart is a lot different from kissing your mother.
Oh, yeah? What's the difference?
About 5 minutes. Now, come on with me and you'll see for yourself.
Hi, Arch.
Oh, hello, Joe. I'm just on my way up to meet a new girlfriend.
Oh, what's she like?
Well, here, look for yourself. Here's a picture in a bathing suit. Joe, stop staring so long.
Why?
A thing like that could be habit forming.
Very nice, Arch. You say you've got a date with her?
Yeah, I'm on my way up to see her now.
The way you look?
Well, I might change me suit.
Is that all?
Well, I might shave.
Yeah?
Put on me Blue Jay corn plaster.
What else?
Vitalis me hair.
Oh, Arch, I'm glad you said that.
Joe, I thought you'd be.
Sure, because there's nothing like Vitalis to make your hair look its best. Make you look your best. Make you look well-groomed. After all, Arch, you're a handsome devil.
I didn't think you cared.
I didn't want to spoil all those good looks by showing up with dry, unruly hair.
Oh, perish forbid.
Vitalis will tame down dry, unruly hair, make it look well-groomed, but without a greasy patent leather shine. There's no mineral oil in Vitalis, you know. Vitalis doesn't contain a single drop of it. Just pure vegetable oil, so your hair is left natural-looking, handsome in a masculine way. So, Arch, why don't you give yourself a Vitalis 60-second workout before your date tonight, and you'll attract any girl.
Okay, Joe, I'll use the Vitalis now. Is that all you have to say?
Yeah, except that Vitalis is a goodbye.
Goodbye, Joe.
Hey, Miss Archie, you better hurry up. You've been standing in front of that mirror for 10 minutes.
Yeah, no wonder Dames is nuts about me. That profile, that sensitive face. Linda Christian, how could you do it? Eddie, I gotta look my best tonight. Now, you got a nail file?
Here you are.
Thanks. I gotta scrape this mud off my shoes. You know, first impressions is important.
What about that cigar butt behind your ear?
Oh, yeah, I'm glad you reminded me. I'll put a Corona band around it. I think maybe I better get myself a new suit, too.
Where you going to get it? Salvation Army?
Don't be cryptic. It happens I have a new tailor, the Duke of Kemp Tailoring Emporium Limited.
Is this the place where you walk 3 flights down?
Well, you have to make some sacrifices if you want to dress well. I think I'll give him a call. Hello, Duke of Kent Tailoring Emporium? Oh, hello, Mo. This is Archie. Archie, the padded shoulders with the belt in the back. Look, Mo, what have you got in a well-fitting misfit? Gray tweed with just a slight imperfection? What's the imperfection, Mo? One of the sleeves is missing. Well, frankly, I was figuring on something a little more tailored. Tell me, why don't you just pick one out for me? You know, one of the good ones, the ones you put in the window.
Sure. Looks good on the dummy. Why shouldn't it look good on you?
Quiet. Okay, Mo, I'll pick it up in a little while. By the way, that's 2 pair of pants, ain't it? Uh-huh. And the free catcher's mitt? Okay, see you in a while, Mo. Boy, I'm going to knock that Myrtle Dodd's eyes out.
Yeah, it ain't for nothing that they call you Archie the Playboy.
Some playboy.
What did you say?
Oh, nothing.
I know, but how did you express it this time? What was that crack about the Playboy?
Well, all I say is there's 2 kinds of men that take a girl out.
Namely?
Well, there's the one type that takes you out and buys you lobster and champagne. And then there's your type. A quick beer and a struggle.
This from a dame that sits by the telephone praying for wrong numbers.
Say, Art.
Yeah?
About our date tonight, do you suppose the girls would notice it if I didn't go along?
Now, look, Finnegan, you can't back out now. The date's all set.
Well, where are we going to take them, Art?
Well, I wonder how much the store club would cost. Let me call them up. Hello, store club? How much do you charge for dinner for 4 people? Thank you. Hello, Toots yours? Is Toots there? Well, see how close you can get him to the phone, will you? Hello, Toots. This is Archie at Duffy's Tavern. Well, we're taking a couple of dames out tonight, and since I'm a fellow restaurant owner, well, I don't want to haggle, but what sort of a professional rate could you give me? Uh-huh. Let's haggle. Huh? You don't lower your prices for nobody? Well, look, I'm planning to spend about $4. Where do you think I should go? Mr. Shaw, there I can go for nothing.
Hey, look, Art, you got to let me out of this day.
Why?
Well, you know me. I don't know how to act in them high-class nightclubs.
Well, there's nothing to worry about. You just walk in and you're greeted by the maitre d'.
Who's that?
The guy that throws you out. That is ordinarily, but if you got the money, he leads you over to the table, see? Then when you get to the table, that's when you start cutting corners.
Oh.
Well, you carelessly say to him, oh, well, Capitan, I think I shall place our dinner order later.
What's the idea of that?
Well, this is to give the dame you're with a chance to fill up on bread.
Then I suppose you stall a little while longer by dancing, huh?
Dancing? Are you mad and let her work up an appetite?
Yeah, but sooner or later she's going to get hold of that menu.
Well, not necessarily. If a gentleman is well-bred, he always looks at the menu first, see? And if he sees something like pressed duck for $4.50...
Yeah?
He quick breathes on the dame's bifocals and fogs them up.
Boy. you sure been around.
I think I know a few angles. There's a lot of little tricks, Finnegan, like how to nonchalantly slip your hand under the napkin, thus giving the appearance that one is actually leaving the waiter a tip. And how, on leaving the nightclub, to avoid giving the doorman a gratuity, you see, you send him down to the corner for a taxi and walk off in the other direction. But enough of this instruction. I gotta get down to the Duke of Kent and get that suit. Well, fellas, look me over. How do you like my new suit?
Well, pull down the shades and call me Sunset.
Well, aside from the colors, how do you like the tailoring?
Let's see. Turn around.
Okay.
From the back, the front looks perfect.
Miss Archie, them trousers.
What about the trousers?
Well, ain't they a little tight across the chest?
Eddie, after all, you gotta remember this suit was made for somebody else.
Oh, and then the circus left town, huh?
Look, maybe it ain't perfect, but you gotta admit it's good value. After all, only $9 with 2 pairs of pants.
Yeah, with pants as tight as that, you better bring the other pair along in case of a blowout.
I've never seen such jealousy.
All right. Here I am, all set for the date.
Hey, you got a clean shirt on. What happened?
Well, it was an accident, Arch. I thought I was playing a slot machine.
Yeah?
It turned out to be one of them automatic laundries.
Hey, them things must be all right, though. That shirt looks very well laundered.
Oh, yeah. Only thing was, it took me 20 minutes to crawl out of the machine.
You got stuck in the machine?
Yeah, but I didn't mind, Arch. That spinning around sure clears a guy's head. Hey, look, shall we get started here?
Why not? As the handkerchief said to the proboscis, let's blow. Well, this is Myrtle's address, Finnegan. Let's see. Myrtle Dodds, apartment 27.
27? That must be down here at the end of the hall.
Yeah. Now, remember, Finnegan, I gave the tailor $3 deposit, and I only got $12 left. So, leave us not let these dames talk us into spending a fortune. Wait a minute. Here we are. 27.
Yes?
Well, Hubba. Miss Dodds, I would like you...
Sorry, the exterminator was here yesterday.
Gee, Arch, I'm kind of disappointed. I was hoping the first date would last a little longer.
Wait a minute here.
Yes?
I'm afraid there must be some mistake.
Arch, when they slam it twice, is that what they mean by a double date?
Myrtle, I got the purse.
Oh, come in.
You are Myrtle, ain't you?
Yes?
Oh, well, I'm Archie, and this is my friend Finnegan. He's the one that really retrieved the lost purse.
Yes, he does look like a retriever.
Thank you.
By the way, where is your roommate?
Oh, Gertrude? Oh, she's in the other room. I'll call her. Gertrude? Yes? The boys are here. Okay, I'm coming. Hello, boys.
He's a gal. She looks like something on television.
I'm sorry I kept you waiting, boys, but I was putting on my face.
Did she have to put that one on?
Well, Gertrude, which one do you want? The retriever or giraffe neck here? Oh, let's draw matchsticks to see who gets who. Okay. Here, pick a match. Oh, gee, mine's shortest. I lose. Oh, Archie.
Yes?
Fate has thrown us together.
Fate should get a kick in the teeth.
Oh, Mr. Finnegan.
Aye.
Why don't you and I sit over here?
Okay.
Aren't you going to hold the chair for me?
Why, it ain't moving.
Look, girls, we was planning to take you to dinner, but,
Why go out to dinner? We can cook dinner right here.
Okay. Usually I like to go out where one can dance.
Oh, we can dance right here, too.
I've been looking for this dame all my life. Well, honey, when do we start eating?
As soon as the groceries arrive. Myrtle? Yes? The groceries are here. Oh, Gertrude, do you have any money? Not a cent. Do you, Myrtle? Not a cent.
Well,
Oh, this is very embarrassing. We don't seem to have $6.
it's embarrassing for me. I do. Okay, here you are. Here's the $6.
Oh, I'll take it. I'll be back in a second.
Look, Myrtle, I realize you're with Finnegan, that he is your boyfriend now, but how about me holding your hand?
No.
Look, honey, you realize I'm a very attractive man, don't you?
No.
What a stubborn thing. Look, Myrtle, why don't you break down and just let me slip my arm around your waist?
Get away from me, you crumb.
Myrtle, you seem to forget I have $6 worth of groceries invested in you. Now, look, honey, leave this talk this over here.
Archie.
What is it now?
Ice cream.
How much?
$3.
$3. I suppose you girls are still broke.
I'm afraid so.
Okay, here you are, Gertrude. Pay the man the $3. Now, where was we, Myrtle? Myrtle, you're crying. What's the matter with you?
It isn't me. It's Mother.
How much? What's the matter with her?
She's starving. She needs $20.
$20 for food?
No, for a new upper plate. She can't chew.
But I only got $3 left.
Okay, you can owe me the other 17.
What have we got into here? Who's that?
Oh, just a second. I'll find out. Yes?
Is this Myrtle's dog?
Yes?
Well, you don't know me, but I happen to find your purse.
Oh, no. Come on, Finnegan. Brother, are we lucky to get out of that joint? Them dames clipped me for $12.
Yeah, what suckers?
Yeah, we sure was.
Well, I mean the dames.
What do you mean, the dames?
Look what I swiped from the grocery bag. A whole salami.
Yes, it's a hit. Thousands of men have switched to new Benex brushless shave cream. Thousands are discovering that Benex gives them the best shaves they've ever had.
Mister, it's time you, too, tried Benex, the new wonder shave with a sensational beard-softening formula.
Benex brushless leaves your face feeling extra smooth, comfortable.
And Benex doesn't clog your razor or drain.
But don't take our word for it. Just try Benex yourself. Get a tube at your nearest drug counter.
Or we'll send you a big 25-cent tube free. Write your name and address on a postcard and mail to Benex, B-E-N-E-X, Empire State Building, New York 1, New York.
Remember, buy Benex brushless or try it free by writing Benex, Empire State Building, New York. Hurry, offer limited.
Duffy's Tavern for this evening, but let's meet here again at the same time next Wednesday. Duffy's Tavern is brought to you by Vitalis for well-groomed hair and Trouche, the hand lotion with the beforehand extra. Each Wednesday, Bristol Myers brings you Duffy's Tavern and Mr. District Attorney, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
It's new. It's amazing. It's Prell, P-R-E-L-L, Procter & Gamble's new Radiant Cream Shampoo in the handy tube. Prell brings you The Life of Riley. Prell, the shampoo that removes unsightly dandruff in as little as 3 minutes, leaves hair more radiantly clean, radiantly lovely, presents The Life of Riley, with William Bendix as Riley. Statistics show that the average American family reads 25 books a year, and the Rileys, being pretty average, bear out that figure. Wife Peg reads about 6 books a year, Junior 4, and Babs 15, which makes a total of 25. Add to this the number of books that Riley reads, and you have a grand total of 25. At this very moment, however, Riley is actually reading a book.
In other words, the whole basis for a successful marriage...
Hey, Pop, could you... Pop, what are you doing with that book?
Well, what do you think I'm doing with it? I'm reading it.
You're reading? Gee.
Now, stop bothering me, Junior.
Junior, did you see my... Oh, Daddy, please put down that book. You know you shouldn't swat flies with a book.
I'm not swatting flies, Babs. I'm reading.
You're reading?
Yes.
Oh, Riley, dear, are you... Well, Riley, don't tell me you're actually...
Yes, I'm reading. What's the matter? Can't a guy curdle up with a good book?
I'm just a little surprised. The last time I saw you with a book was last summer when you pressed a flower. Oh.
Very funny. This happens to be a book every married man ought to read.
Oh, what is it?
It's called How to Choose a Mate.
Oh. Well, aren't you reading it just about 18 years too late?
Well, I ain't picking a mate for myself. I'm already trapped.
Thank you, dear.
I mean, I'm trapped, but I love it. I'm picking a mate for Babs.
For Babs? A mate? For me?
Now, please, stay out of this, Babs. This is no concern of yours.
Oh, honest, Riley.
Well, Babs can use that book. I've seen some of the goons she goes out with.
Shut up, Junior.
The boy's talking sense. This here book gives you a list of all the qualities a good mate should have. It's scientific.
Well, don't you think love enters into it?
We're talking about marriage. Why drag love into it? Now, with this book, I can find the perfect mate for Babs.
Riley, Babs is only 17.
Oh, kid, that's just it. Soon she gets interested in boys. And when girls get interested in boys, what happens?
Well, you see, Pop...
What do you know about it?
Nothing.
Well, see to it that you keep on knowing nothing for the next 7 years.
Daddy, you can stop reading that book right now. I have no intention of getting married for a long time. And when I do, I'll pick my own husband.
Well, sure, Babs, but first thing we got to do is make up a little questionnaire for your boyfriends to fill out, see?
I won't stand for it. I just won't. Oh, Riley, put that ridiculous book away and stop trying to make Babs into an FBI agent. You're her father, not J. Edgar Hoover.
Well, if that's the way you feel about it, okay. Let Babs pick her own husband. Let her marry some poor schmo who ain't got a nickel to his name. And when he moves into our house and I have to support him and give up my room to him, well, I have to laugh on you. Ha, ha, ha. Out catching some air? I don't need to catch it, Gillis. Peg and Babs just gave it to me. What happened? Oh, I try to be helpful, and they turn on me. You know what Peg said? How should I know what Peg said? I ain't the type person go snooping around, eavesdropping on your next-door neighbor. She said some pretty mean things to me, and I told her off plenty. You was right. It ain't fair you should have to give up your room to Babs' husband, that schmo. Gillis, you heard. Accidental, I swear. I just happened to come out to sit on the porch and relax. Riley, I wish you'd get a new rocking chair. It hurts my back. Okay, I'll get one. After all, my Babs is growing up. I just want to see when the time comes that she gets the right husband. Like it says in this book here, see? Qualifications for the ideal mate. You know, like me and Peg are. Like you and who? Peg, you know, my wife. Riley, you don't think... Give me that book a minute. Well, where's that list? Oh, here. What are you doing? Qualifications for the perfect mate. Listen to this, Riley. What for? Peg adores me. She's crazy about me. Number 1, the perfect mate is a good provider. Peg loves me. 2, the perfect mate is kind and generous. Peg likes me. 3, the perfect mate is always truthful. I'm one of her closest acquaintances. 4, the perfect mate... give me that book. What are you trying to do, break up our marriage? There's 3 men, there's a woman. Yes, I'm taking a bath, Dumpling.
Well, hurry up. I have something to tell you.
Okay, I'll be out soon. For every man, there's a woman. For every Riley, there's a Peg. Oh, that Gillis, always trying to worry you guys. Ooh, what a stiff brush. Well, he don't bother me none. I'm doing okay.
Riley?
Who said that?
It's me, Riley. Your conscience.
Don't look, I'm naked.
Don't worry. I live in your head. It's pretty naked up here, too.
Go away, Conscience. Let me alone.
Riley, Gillis was right.
No, he wasn't. I'm a perfect mate.
Are you sure? Item 1. The perfect mate is a good provider.
I'm a good provider. Every week I bring Peg home $54 in my pay envelope.
How much did you bring home last week?
$39.
What did you do with the other 15?
I bought a piece of meat for dinner.
For $15?
Yeah, there was a sale.
You're lying, Riley.
All right, so I bought a new pair of pants. I'm entitled to it. I had to get rid of the old ones. After all, he ain't wearing bell-bottom trousers anymore.
Always thinking of yourself. You don't love anybody except Riley. Which brings us to item 5. The perfect mate is affectionate.
I'm very affectionate.
Are you? When was the last time you took Peg in your arms and said, I love you?
Well, it was last... the other... I remember, on our honeymoon.
That was 18 years ago.
Well, I've been busy. I had other things to do. I raised 2 kids.
Which brings us to item 6. The perfect mate never nags his children. The perfect mate is never jealous of his wife. The perfect mate has a sense of humor when things go wrong. Well, what have you got to say for yourself? You're no bargain, Riley.
All right, so I ain't a perfect mate. Let me alone.
What are you going to do about it?
I don't know. Let me think. Get out of my head, Conscience.
I'll never get out of your head.
Okay, stay there. But I'm warning you. One more crack and I'll stick my head under the water and drown you. Peg.
Well, it's about time you got out of that bath. What took you so long?
Well, I was reading this book, Peg.
In the bathtub?
Yeah, I read better underwater. Peg, there's a list in this book.
Oh, Riley, throw that silly book away and stop worrying about Babs. After all, she's still an adolescent.
It ain't Babs. This time I'm worried about a middle-aged adolescent.
Well, I haven't time to talk now. I gotta prepare dinner. Sidney will be here soon, and I want...
Sidney Monahan. He's in town? He's coming here?
Well, yes. He phoned while you were in the tub, and, you know, Sidney, as usual, he
didn't make a reservation in a hotel, so...
So you invited him here?
I didn't. He invited himself.
Well, you could have told him our house burnt down.
Oh, but I answered the phone.
So, you should have told him the phone was the only thing we saved from the fire. You don't use your head, Peg.
Oh, Riley.
I don't like this Monahan making a hotel out of this house just because you're an old flame of his.
Why, Riley, you're jealous. Oh.
Who's jealous? Me jealous? I'm laughing.
Well, you got nothing to be jealous about. But please, when Sidney gets here, try to be pleasant to him.
I'll be pleasant. Why shouldn't I be? Only it beats me what a nice girl like you ever saw in a mug like Monahan. Boy, are you lucky you married a mug like me.
Well, aren't you the modest one? A girl could do a lot worse than marry Sidney.
Well, what did you see in him? I don't know. He's not my type.
Well, Sidney's very nice. He's got a wonderful sense of humor.
Sense of humor.
And he's kind and considerate.
Oh, kind.
And he's successful. He'd be a good provider.
Wait a minute. Did you say sense of humor, kind, and good provider?
Yes. What are you looking in that book for?
Peg, tell me, is he also intelligent, a good mixer, tactful, loyal, and neat?
Yes, I'd say so.
Oh.
And one thing about Sidney, he's very ambitious and hard-working and a go-getter.
Wait, Peg, you're on the next page already.
What are you talking about?
Nothing. I think I'll take a walk.
Well, Riley, what's wrong?
Nothing. I just want to blow my brains out with some fresh air. It's you again. Let me alone, I told you.
You're in trouble.
I'm not.
Admit the truth.
There's nothing to admit.
Admit it.
All right, I'll admit it. Monahan's the perfect mate for Peg.
Yes, he's the one she should have married.
Now he's coming to stay with us. Peg will look at him, and then she'll look at me.
What a revolting development this is.
You took the words right out of my mouth.
Well, we'll bring you the second act of the life of Riley in a moment. From Atlantic to Pacific, folks are saying Prell's terrific. Yes, everywhere it's...
P-R-E-L-L, Prell Shampoo.
Yes, Procter & Gamble's Radiant Cream Shampoo in the handy tube. Prell is a hit everywhere for two reasons.
First, Prell spells glamour for dull, drab hair, because Prell leaves hair more radiant than any soap shampoo. It can't leave a dulling soap film. Prell brings out those glorious natural highlights, leaves hair soft and smooth, easy to manage.
Second, in as little as 3 minutes, Prell removes unsightly dandruff, and regular shampoos control it. Doctors' examinations proved it.
What's more, Prell goes farther than any known shampoo, cream, or liquid, because it's more concentrated.
So try the shampoo in the handy tube. For hair radiantly lovely, free of unsightly dandruff, try Prell.
P-R-E-L-L, Prell Shampoo. Leaves hair radiant, gleaming bright. Not a bit of dandruff is in sight. Comes in a tube, handy too. P-R-E-L-L, Prell Shampoo.
Buy Prell Shampoo. And now back to the life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. And it's a life which is now complicated by the arrival of one Sidney Monahan, who, according to Riley's researches, is the perfect mate for Peg.
Peg, I just can't get over it. I just can't believe 18 years have passed. You haven't changed a bit.
Oh, quit kidding, Sidney.
No, I mean it. You look like a young girl. Is this the mother of 2 children? No.
Boy, is he dumb, Peg. He thinks the stork brought Patterson Jr.
Riley.
Peg, you don't look a day older since I last saw you. You still have that same wonderful complexion. Like the bloom on a peach.
Oh, thank you, Sidney. Riley, why don't you ever say sweet things like that to me?
Because you don't give me free dinners. I have to pay for mine.
Oh, Peg, this big lug don't appreciate you. I told you you should have married me.
Don't you say that, Monahan.
Riley.
Well, I'm just kidding, pal.
Mother, can Junior and I go to the movies tonight? Oh, no, Babsy. You went to the movies last night. Money doesn't grow on trees, you know.
Oh, let us go, Mom. This is a swell bill.
No, dear.
Peggy Pie, you won't mind. Kids, this treat is on Sydney. Here, get load seats and buy yourselves a box of chocolate.
Oh, boy, thanks, Sidney.
Oh, thank you, Sidney. Is it all right to take it, Daddy?
No, you give it back this minute.
Okay. Will you give us the money, Pop?
Well, I guess it's all right this time.
Riley.
But remember, Monahan, this is only a loan. I got some pride, you know. The kids will pay you back.
Say, talking of movies, did you hear the one about the old maid who sat down in a movie and suddenly she yelled, "Usher, usher, help, there's a man in my seat." And the usher said, "Well, what do you want me to do, madam?" And the old maid said, "Tie his legs, he wants to leave."
Oh, that was a good one.
Where do you get all these funny stories?
Oh, I just made it up.
Oh, Sidney, you got such a wonderful sense. Riley, where are you going?
Oh, just out for a walk.
But, dear.
4 is company, 5's a crowd.
Riley.
Leave me alone, Conscience. I've got a headache.
Riley, do something about Monahan.
Stop pestering me. I ain't going to listen to you. You don't even exist. Give me an aspirin, will you?
Go buy some.
Lend me a dime.
I don't exist. You want him to steal the affection of your wife and children. Remember, he's the perfect mate.
I know. Oh, all right, tell me what to do.
Be as good a man as Monahan. You, too, can be the perfect mate.
You're right. Whatever Monahan does, I'll do better.
That's the idea. Be kinder, more affectionate, more generous.
Leave it to me. I'll start tomorrow.
Tomorrow may be too late. Do it now.
Now, yeah. Right away. I'll show him.
Well, Riley, you weren't gone very long.
No, and you know something, Peg? You don't look a day older since I last saw you. I can hardly believe 18 years have passed. You look so young. Are you the mother of my 2 children? No.
Riley, what are you...
And your complexion, like the fuzz on a peach.
What on earth are you talking about?
Well, I said...
Riley, take some aspirin and lie down.
I can't. He won't lend me a dime. I mean, I'm okay.
Well, you don't sound it. Well, come on, Junior. If we're going to the movies, we better hurry.
Now, speaking of the movies, I heard a funny story about this old maid who started to yell, "Help, usher! There's a man in my seat." And the usher says, "What do you want me to do?" And the old maid said, "Tie your legs. I'm trying to leave." Don't you get it? Oh, you don't think I'm funny. You think Sidney's funny. You laugh at his jokes.
Riley.
Well, I don't need you to laugh at my jokes. I don't need any of you. I can laugh at my own jokes. Oh, what a mess. They're probably sitting in the living room right now laughing at me. Well, I'll show him. He laughs best who laughs last.
You're telling me. Ho, ho, ho.
Oh, it's you.
Yes, 'tis I indeed. Digby O'Dell, the friendly undertaker. Greetings, Riley. You're looking... You look dreadful.
Digger, did you ever think you got rid of a guy for good and then suddenly he came back?
No, when I do a job, I do it.
Well, it's that Monahan, you know, Peg's old boyfriend. He's staying with us, that no-good phony.
Riley, you're jealous.
Well, I got a right to be jealous. You see, Digger, he'd be much better for Peg than me. I ain't right for Peg. We ain't a bit alike.
Don't you know that opposites attract? Now, my wife and I, we're divinely happy. But do you know what she was when we got married? A lifeguard.
But this Monahan, he keeps flattering Peg and he gives the kids money. He's digging the ground from under me.
Everybody wants to get into the act. Riley, you must protect your happy home. Go to this scoundrel. Bid him be gone.
You're right, Digger. I'll do it tomorrow.
Now, at once. In my profession, we have a saying. Never put off till tomorrow who you can put away today. Well, cheerio. I'd better be shoveling off.
Oh, Sidney!
In here, Peggy Pie.
Sidney, did you... Why, Sidney, you're packing.
Yes, this time I was off.
Oh, but your train doesn't leave till Wednesday, you said.
I'll stay at a hotel downtown.
Oh, but it's only for a few days. You might as well...
No, Peg, it's better this way. Haven't you noticed how Riley's been acting? Why, that big dope is actually jealous of me.
Oh, it's not serious. He's always been jealous of you.
Yeah, I know. Even at your wedding, remember? He let all the ushers kiss you after the ceremony, but when it came to my turn, he made me kiss him.
Oh, well, I kind of like his being jealous.
But this time he's got it bad. By the big lug, really miserable.
Honest?
Hmm?
Oh, well, then I better talk to him and tell him how ridiculous he is. Oh, I never heard of such nonsense.
Oh, Peg, with Riley talking doesn't do any good. Now, take a tip from me. You want some peace of mind? Be extra sweet to him. You know, lay it on thick.
Well, if you think it'll ease that mind of his, I'll try it.
There he is. Go on now. Cheer him up and I'll finish packing.
All right. See you later, Sidney.
Oh, here you are, Peg. Peg,
Hello, sweetheart.
Peg, You talking to me?
Well, who else would I be calling sweetheart? Oh, you look tired, dear. Sit down. Oh, no, not over there. Here on the couch, beside me.
Oh. Well, gee, Peg, why aren't you nice to me like this all the time? I don't think you love me anymore.
Why, darling, how can you say that?
Oh, I don't blame you. After all, I just ain't the right kind of mate for you. Peg, you can leave me any time you want. I'll treat you fair. I won't ask for too much alimony.
Now, dear, you know you're just talking nonsense. Why, as far as I'm concerned, you're the perfect husband.
Perfect? Am I really?
Of course, darling. I wouldn't change you for any man in the world.
Not even Cary Grant?
Cary Grant, he can't compare to you.
Well.
So you get these crazy ideas out of your head.
And you really love me?
Of course I do.
Well, then, Peg, talk to me like you used to.
What do you mean, dear?
Well, you know, like we did on our honeymoon. Huh?
Oh, don't be silly, dear. We're an old married couple now.
I knew it. You don't love me.
Oh. Well, all right.
Well, go on. Go on, say it.
Does Wiley Piley love his widow Peggy Wedgie?
Who knows Wiley Piley loves his widow Tootsie? What's it?
Ooh, it's my widow yummy, yummy.
Ooh, it's my widow yummy, yummy, yummy.
Ooh, it's my widow
yummy,
yummy, yummy.
Hey, Pa. Beat it, Junior. Your mother and me are on our honeymoon.
Sorry. Can Widow Junior Jr. have a nickel with
I just gave you a nickel wickle. Just... Hey, he's making fun of me.
Well, it's your own fault you asked for it.
I don't care. It was worth it. Because now I know you're still crazy about me. Oh, what a dope I was. I actually thought that... Hey, that reminds me, I got some unfinished business to finish. Monahan!
In here, Riley.
Monahan, I'm giving you 10 seconds to get out of this house.
Oh, Riley, I don't...
If you ain't out in 10 seconds, I'm throwing you out.
Riley, that's no way to treat a pal.
You're no pal of mine, you sneak.
Huh?
You want to break up my home, but it won't work because my Peg is crazy about me. She'd rather have me than Cary Grant. That shows you how crazy she is.
Why, you conceited ape. 10 minutes ago, Peg was so fed up with your childish shenanigans, she was going to knock your block off. And she would have, too, only I, Monahan the Boy Scout, begged her to be sweet to you.
Ah, just as I thought. You're jealous. If there's one thing I can't stand, it's a guy who's jealous.
Well, if you don't believe me, go ask her.
You're lying, Monahan, but you can't fool me. There ain't a liar living that I ain't a match for. Now your 10 seconds are up.
All right. I was leaving anyway.
I ain't letting you leave. I'm throwing you out.
Well, Riley,
And don't ever show your face around here again.
What was all that noise?
Now, don't you worry, Peggy Weggy. I just threw Sidney Pidney down the steps to Wexy.
You did what?
I bounced Monahan.
Chester Riley. How could you do a thing like that?
But he was trying to break up our home.
He's the best friend you ever had. He was going to leave of his own accord because you were acting like a child.
Peg, don't call me a child. I'm practically 40, and you just said I'm a perfect husband.
Only because Sidney asked me to.
Gee, he did? He really did?
Yes. I wanted to bawl you out, but he didn't want you to feel bad. Do you realize how silly you've been behaving?
Now, wait, Peg.
You are, without a doubt, the most childish...
Now, wait, Peg. Take it
the most infantile, the most ridiculous...
Peg, control yourself.
The most exact...
Monahan! Sidney! Come back, Sidney, darling. I can't live without you.
Riley's will be back in just a moment. The Wonder Shampoo. That's Prell, Procter & Gamble's Radiant Cream Shampoo in the handy tube. Yes, people with dry hair, oily hair, unruly hair all find Prell an amazing success. Miss Helen Durnagel of Scarsdale, New York says,
My hair has always been the unruly, hard-to-manage type. But since using Prell, I find it easier to set, easier to manage. Now my hair has the beauty I've always dreamed of.
Yes, Prell can work wonders on your hair, too, because Prell leaves hair more radiant than any soap shampoo you've ever used. Removes unsightly dandruff in as little as 3 minutes. Prove it for yourself. Buy Prell.
P-R-E-L-L, Prell Shampoo. Leaves hair radiant, gleaming bright. Not a bit of dandruff is in sight. Comes in a tube, handy too. P-R-E-L-L, Prell Shampoo.
Oh, please put out the light. I'm sleepy.
Well, first, forgive me. Now, come on, say you forgive me, Peg.
All right, but you get rid of that silly book right away.
Okay, but I think you're making a mistake. By studying this book, we can pick the right kind of husband for bed.
Now, that's ridiculous. My father didn't have to read anything to pick a husband for me.
You're lucky. All he ever read was the racing form. If he'd have picked you a mate today, you'd be married to Citation.
Riley, Citation's earned over $500,000, and he's only 4 years old. You're 40.
Oh, you keep quiet.
What?
Nothing, Peg. Nighty-whitey, yummy, yummy.
We invite you to join us again next week to hear The Life of Riley with William Bendix as well. The script is by Reuben Ship and Alan Lipscott. Mrs. Riley is Paula Winslow. Digger Odell is John Brown. The Life of Riley is produced by Irving Brecker. And remember, for more radiant hair free of unsightly dandruff, get the shampoo in the tube. P-R-E-L-L, Prell Shampoo.
Would you like to keep your dainty lingerie lovely longer?
That's my problem. I certainly would. But how?
Well, you can be sure that your lovely lingerie is safe in snow. Yes, wonderful Ivory Snow. Pretty washables can stay lovely longer with Ivory Snow Care. Your hands will tell you why. Just wash dishes with Ivory Snow as millions do. See how Ivory Snow pampers your hands. Then you'll know it's extra kind to pretty lingerie. It's the only soap both ivory mild and granulated for efficiency. There's just no other soap like Ivory Snow. So use the soap especially made to keep dainty things lovely longer. That's it. wonderful ivory snow.
Ken Niles reminding you to listen again next Friday when Procter & Gamble again brings you a full hour of entertainment. First, Red Skelton, and then The Life of Riley. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Granny's, Abner. I believe that's our ring.
Hi, Doggy's Lum. I believe you're right.
I'll see. Hello, Jot 'em Down store. This is Lum and Abner.
And now, let's see what's going on down in Pine Ridge. Well, Lum, Abner, and Mousy Gray are still laboring on the plans and problems of the proposed Wonderful World Apartments, a project designed to house every family in Pine Ridge in a modern, rent-free, tax-free apartment with all utilities paid. And, according to Mousy's arithmetic, this can all be done on Diogenes Smith's gift of $10,000. As we look in on the little community today, we find Lum in the Jot 'em Down store explaining some drawings to Abner. Listen.
Here's the arrangements of the apartments in the first building we're going to put up, Abner.
Oh, you got them all drawn out on paper, huh?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, me and Mousy done this last night over at his place. Set up till nigh 10 o'clock working on them.
Well, I do know.
I didn't mind it so much, though. His woman, Gussie, fixed us each a nice cup of cocoa. Sort of broke up the evening, give us a breathing spell.
Sure. Yeah, that was story of her. But now, explain these here drawings to me, Lum. What's all these lines here mean?
Well, that's the different floors, see.
Floors?
Yeah, now,
What's this right here, them lines here?
Well, that's the attic.
Attic?
Yeah.
Well, we got this thing upside down, and I thought that was the bottom part of the building.
It is the bottom part. I'm going to put the attic on the bottom.
Huh?
Put the attic downstairs.
Well, attics always go on the top of a building, Lum.
I know they do, but this one's going to be on the bottom because folks is always putting their trunks up there, and they got to carry them big, heavy trunks clean up to the attic. This way, the attic's downstairs.
Well, I do know. Why, sure, that's a good idea. As many times as I've had to go up in that attic of ours and get down boxes and stuff, and if I'd have had any sense at all when I built the place, I could have had them downstairs just as easy as not. Well, who thought of that idea, you or Mousy?
One of us, I forget just which one it was. Now, only trouble was we couldn't find any place to put the basement.
Oh, that's right.
Because the attic was going in there, so we put the basement right in the middle of the building.
In the middle, huh?
Yeah, that middle floor, there's the basement.
Well, that's sort of handy. You always put potatoes and stuff down there. It's just heap easier to throw them down than it is to carry them up the steps anyway.
Why, sure. And then if we put it downstairs like basements generally is, why, it'd have been handy for the folks on the first and second floors, but them folks way upstairs there, it'd have been hard for them to get to the basement.
Oh, yeah.
So we're putting it right in the middle of the building, be handy for everybody.
Hey, Doggies, you ought to have been a carpenter, Lum. You're a genius, you
I'm
know.
an architect.
You're a genius if ever I've seen one.
Well, I don't like to cast compliments right in
Oh,
the
you are now. That's what you are.
Wait a minute, there comes Cedric up out there.
Huh?
Can't explain nothing with him around.
No, well, maybe I can study up some way to get shut of him real quick.
No, don't you try nothing now. We never will get shut of him then. Well, howdy, Cedric.
Yeah, come on in, Cedric.
Wonderful world.
Wonderful world. What can we do for you today?
Well, I want to get one of them apartments you fellas are giving away.
Well, we ain't exactly giving them away, Cedric.
Well, Mr. Grandpap told me you was. Do them apartments sure enough have everything furnished in them? Do they sure enough?
Oh, my, yeah. Carpets and sofas and stoves and rocking chairs.
That's right, Cedric. Modern up to the minute furnishings. Everything a body could want.
Yeah.
Well, I want to get me one with a pinball machine in it.
Pinball machine?
Yes, Mom, the biggest one they got.
Cedric, that ain't no kind of a thing to put in a modern deluxe apartment.
Of course not.
Just get that idea out of your head right now. Besides, you couldn't get no apartment no way, because you ain't got no house to swap for it.
house to swap for it.
Yeah, you see, Cedric, that's how a family gets an apartment. They turn in their old houses.
Oh, well, I ain't got no house. So how do I get an apartment?
You don't get one, Cedric.
Don't worry about it, though, Cedric, because your papa will get one, and that's where you live anyway.
Yes, Mom, but I don't think I want to live with Papa and Mama no more. They won't let me have no pinball machine in the house. I believe I'd just rather get me an apartment of my own.
Well, now, maybe Cedric's right, Lum. He's getting to be a big boy now, and someday him and Clarabelle's going to get married to one another. They ought to have a place to live.
Yeah, but the facts of the matter still stand. Cedric ain't got no house to trade in.
No, that's right.
Would a birdhouse do? I got one of them.
Oh, of course not, Cedric. That's too little a thing.
How about a doghouse?
No.
Well, I got a pretty big doghouse.
Well, that ain't no good, Cedric. Besides, you don't live there. Your dog does.
Oh, well, how about if the dog swapped his house for apartment and then I could just live with the dog?
No. How you going to make a deal with a dog? We couldn't go over and talk to your dog about swapping in his place.
No, Mom, but I could swap for him. I'm his guardian, I think.
Have you been appointed his guardian by the court? You have to be, Cedric. We couldn't make nothing legal with a dog. He couldn't sign a paper no way.
Well, there ain't no use arguing about it. We ain't going to take no doghouse in on this deal, no way.
No, we ought not to have dogs living in the apartment, Cedric.
It's the silliest one idea I ever heard. You better just run on home and forget all about getting an apartment, Cedric.
Well, I sure would love to get me one.
Cedric, I've told you 6 or 5 times before, the only way you can get one is to turn in a place that you actually lived in. One that you own yourself. Built on property that you own. Is that clear?
Own property that I own myself, huh? Is that what you said?
Yeah, that's what I said. Now, you better run along, because me and Abner's got a lot more work to do here.
Yeah. So long, Cedric.
Well, wait a minute. Do I still have a library card in your library?
Library card? You aiming on doing some reading, Cedric?
No, Mom, I don't think so.
Well, now, you ought to, Cedric. Be good for you. And I know you'd enjoy that book, Gilbert the Boy Trapper over there.
Well, I ain't got time to read nothing now, though. I'll be back directly, though. Maybe I'll get a book then.
Yeah, all right, Cedric. We'll see you later.
Yes, Mom. Say, did you say them apartments come with or without pinball machines?
Without, of course.
Oh, well, I'll be back. So long. Wonderful world.
Wonderful world. Doggy, I reckon what he's worrying about his library card for.
No telling what goes inside that boy's mind.
No.
Sometimes he's enough to drive a feller stark or even mad crazy.
Well, now, go ahead, Lum. Explain these here drawings to me. I can't make nothing out of them lines, sir.
Well, of course not. It takes a feller with a mechanical's drawing mind to figure them out.
Does, huh?
Yeah, now, you see, this is a crisscross section of the whole building right here.
Huh?
Shows all 5 stories.
All 5?
Yes, sir.
Hey, Doggy's a skyscraper.
Well, I reckon you could call it. Of course, after we get going, I'm aiming on making some of the other apartment buildings even taller than this one. 7 or 8 stories high. I don't know.
Oh, my goodness.
But don't tell nobody yet now. I'm going to keep that as sort of a surprise.
I won't tell a soul. Doggy's 8 stories high.
Now, see, here's the arrangement. On each floor, there's 5 apartments. See here? 1, 2, 3, and, of course, the middle one there is the basement. 4, 5.
Uh-huh.
Now, we come down here to the first floor, and of course, underneath the first floor is the attic.
Uh-huh.
Explain that to you.
Yeah.
And then on the first floor, instead of apartments, these are all places for stores and offices and such as that.
Uh-huh.
Now, you'll notice up here on the second floor...
what store's going to be over in this corner here, Lum?
I don't know. We haven't figured that out yet. But on the second floor...
Maybe a drugstore in this corner, huh?
Yeah, might be. But look up here on the second floor.
Maybe the post office.
Yeah, maybe the post office. But up on the
second floor... It don't look like a post office, though.
Of course not. This is just a rough drawing, Abner. Wait till the building gets all fixed up, then it will.
Uh-huh.
Now, on the second floor, we're going to put in
No, Sir Lum, I don't believe that's a good idea.
What ain't a good idea?
Having a post office over here in this corner, that's too far from the other end of the building. Or to have it closer to the middle.
All right, we'll put it in the middle then. But up here on the second...
No, if you've got your heart set on having over in the corner, why, that's where we'll have it.
Abner, I don't care where the post office is at.
Yes, you do, I can tell, and I know that you more than likely got some good reasons for wanting it there. I don't know what it is, but I know it must be a good one.
I have not. I ain't got no reasons for wanting it no place.
You ain't?
Of course not.
Not a single reason?
Not a single one.
Well, why are you being so stubborn about insisting on having it in the corner then?
For goodness sakes, Abner, I never insisted on that. It wasn't my idea. You're the one that keeps talking
whose
about...
idea was it then? Mousie's?
No, it weren't Mousie's.
Doggies, I bound you it was, too. You're just trying to protect him. What you doing? More likely, Gussie put that idea in his head. Just about what you done. What's she so worried about where the post office is going to be at first?
I don't know. Just forget about the whole thing.
Reckon she's trying to get Mousie in as postmaster here in Pine Ridge. That's what she's got in mind.
For goodness sake.
Doggies, I tell you what we better do, Lum. We better warn Dick Huddleston that somebody's trying to get his post office job away from him. That's what we better do. Dick's been postmaster for years here, and ain't no reason to turn him out now and put that Mousie Gray in. Come on, let's call him up.
Gussie ain't trying to get nobody's job away from nobody. Now get that out of your head right now.
Lord, you know Gussie. Once that woman gets her mind made up to a thing, there ain't no...
Wait a minute, Abner. Get away from that telephone.
I'm going to call him right now.
No, you ain't no such a thing.
Yes,
you don't stop letting that imagination of yours run wild with you. You're going to get yourself in a batch of trouble. Wait a minute. What's that pounding noise? Seemed like you heard something that sounded like... Well, for goodness sake.
What's the matter, Lum?
Look out in front there. Somebody's putting a tent up right smack in front of the store.
A tent? Why, I do know. Look at there. They're going to cover the front door there with
Of course
it.
they are. Come on, we better see what this is all about.
You reckon it's a circus coming to town?
No, of course not.
Be awful handy if it was. You step right from the store right into the circus.
What in the world's going on here anyway?
Mom?
Oh, it's you, Cedric.
What are you doing anyway, Cedric? What's the idea of putting up a tent right here?
Well, this is what I'm going to swap for one of them apartments.
Swap for what? Why, this ain't no good, Cedric.
Yes, it is, too. You said I had to own my own place. Well, I own this tent. You said I had to actually live in it, and that's what I'm going to do starting today.
Yeah, but you can't put it up right here, Cedric.
Of course not.
Yes, Mom, I can, too. I've got my library card to prove it.
Library card?
Yes, Mom. Don't you recollect you made me buy some property before I could get a library card, so you sold me this little strip of ground in front of your store here. Don't you recollect?
Doggy, that's right, Lum. We did sell this to Cedric.
All right, now, you fellers, get off my property. I've got work to do here.
That music say?
Yes, sir, Amos. That music say, good health to all from Rexall.
The 10,000 independent Rexall Druggists of America proudly present transcribed Freeman Garston and Charles Correll. Amos and Andy.
Sapphire and her mother have decided to have it out with George Kingfish Stevens on the subject of his continual unemployment. Now, he's always managed to put them off before, but this time, Sapphire and her mother mean business.
George Stevens, there ain't one single reason with all the opportunities around that you ain't got a job.
Yeah, well, if I went to work, I might be putting a veteran out of a job. I might be taking a job away from a man with a family. Or they might hire me instead of some brilliant young fella who will grow up to be the president.
What are you talking about?
Well, there you is. It's my patriotic duty to remain a bum and protect the American way of life.
Oh, daughter, when I think of how hard your father worked, he had the same steady job for 20 years.
Yeah, some steady job. Executioner at the state pen.
Listen, George, Papa worked at the prison, but he wasn't the executioner.
Oh, no? I remember his necktie. Instead of a Windsor knot, he was tied in a hangman's noose. That's what it was.
Hey, true, George.
Now, listen. After the state converted to electricity, he was always bringing furniture home from the death house.
He did no such thing.
Yeah? This was the only Morris chair I ever seen with leather straps.
Listen, George, we ain't talking about my papa. We're talking about why you ain't got a job.
Well, Sapphire, it's just that I ain't never had the proper training.
There ain't no reason why you can't have that training. There's schools advertised in the paper every day.
Now, listen, I is too old for education. When a man gets older, his brain is like a dried-up sponge. When it comes to absorbing, it can't absorb like it used to absorb. Mine is all absorbed out, too.
George Stevens, a man ain't never too old to learn.
Yeah. You and that loafing grandiose Andy Brown ought to be ashamed of yourselves. If you had any sense, you'd go to school and educate yourself so you could amount to something.
Yeah, but they charge a lot of money for them schools.
You mean the trade schools, George?
No, I was thinking more of colleges. They have a pretty high intuition, don't they?
Well, yes, I have to agree that fellas that goes to college pays a lot of money.
Andy's got money. All of a sudden, this education racket has done appeal to me.
George Stevens, what is you up to?
Out of my way, gals. Professor Stevens has an appointment to give a certain big, fat student a quick sponge bath in the fountain of knowledge. That's what I got.
Well, ain't nobody around the lodge hall this morning. I'll see if the Kingfish is in his office. Well, look at this sign on his door. Yale University, 134th Street Branch. I better get in here and see what's going on. Say, Kingfish, why...
excuse me, Andy. I'm too busy to talk to you now, boy. This is enrollment day, and I'm busy here rolling up co-eds for my fall siesta here.
Wait a minute here. What is this all about, Kingfish? Is you mixed up with a college here? I thought that Yale University was up in New Hampshire or someplace.
Well, it is, Andy, but you was here at branch banking, ain't you?
Yeah.
Well, the new craze this year is branch colleges. Yale has done give me the franchise to educate everything between Lenox Avenue and the river.
Well, why is colleges open up branches for? Now, why they do that?
Why? Because everybody wants to go to college today. A man can't hardly get a job unless he got a college education.
Yeah, well, that don't affect me none. I ain't considering going to work no way.
Well, Andy, it ain't happened yet, but pretty soon it's going to affect fellas like you, too. One of these days, you're going down to the unemployment office for your check and see a sign out in front that says college graduates only.
Yeah, well, maybe I ought to look into this thing. You think that I could get into Yale?
Well, now, that depends, Andy. You got to take the required entrance exam, you know.
Is that very tough?
Well, I got to give you an IQ test first.
IQ? What is that?
Well, let's find out what's in your head.
Oh, must I take my hat off for it?
The IQ, that's to see how smart you is. Now, when you went to grade school, how long did you go?
Well, I remember I spent 2 terms in the 2nd grade.
2 terms?
Yeah, Hardings and Coolidge's.
Well, you got the proper academic background, all right. You was eligible to take the entrance exam for Yale. Sit down there, and I'll give you IQ right now.
Yeah, go ahead, Kingfish. Is this going to hurt?
No, Andy, now. You ready?
Yeah.
Question number 1. What is your name?
Andrew Hogg Brown.
Correct. Second question. What is your address? No cheating now.
Over at the delicatessen store on 137th Street.
Right again, Andy. Your IQ is higher than I think it was. Now the next question, Andy, is about history.
Mm-hmm.
Who was the man that chopped down the cherry tree, never told a lie, was our first president, and had the city of Washington, D.C. named after him?
Now, wait a minute. That's a tough one. Let me concentrate on that a little bit.
Well, I'll give you a little hint here. If you knew Georgie like I knew Georgie, oh, what a man.
Wait a minute. I got it, Kingfish. I got it. Eddie Cantor.
No. But Andy, you didn't do so good on that last one, but that stumped a lot of the best ones, all right?
Yeah.
Now, you got the first 2 right, though. Adding the thing up here, you got an average of 85.
Mm-hmm.
Congratulations, Andy. You are now a Yale man. That'll be $100 matriculating fee.
$100?
Well, Andy, colleges have got a lot of expenses, you know. Now that the professors has got a union, they got to pay them almost as much as they do football players.
Well, I could use education. All right, Kingfish, I need it, I guess. Okay, here's $100.
Good.
Now, just one thing, Kingfish. I'm going to be going to school here in this office. Suppose I want to get in on some of the football games and the college sports and all that stuff. Must I go all the way up to Yale in New Hampshire?
No, Andy, you don't have to do that. We got a working arrangement with PS32 around the corner. Anytime you feel the college spirit coming on, why, you can just go over there and stand on the soccer field and boola and woof and poof all over the place. Ain't no one gonna bother you. Well, so long, Student Brown. See you at school tomorrow. Bring a pencil, piece of paper. We're going to jump right into the Einstein theory as soon as you get here.
Kingfish, is you in there? That's funny. Ain't nobody there. He says school started this morning. Even the Yale sign is off the door. I think I'm going to go over and talk to Amos. This ain't no way to treat a man with an IQ of 85.
Good evening. This is your Rexall family druggist, one of the 10,000 independent druggists who have made the word Rexall part of our own store name. We've done that because we recommend and sell Rexall drug products. One Rexall exclusive is the Andelafil reducing plan. Andelafil has successfully reduced more overweight people than any other expert in the world. One reason is her reducing plan requires very little willpower. Appetite-reducing wafers help ease hunger between meals. A complete menu list frees you from calorie counting. Vitamins provide protection while you lose up to 5 pounds a week. And now, Andelafil has a separate reducing plan especially for men. It's safe, sound, scientific. So if your doctor says your excess weight is not organically caused, be sure to start the Andelafil reducing plan. Sold only at Rexall drugstores.
Look at that, Sapphire and Mama, $100 in cash. That shows you that a man don't need an education to make money.
Oh, Mama, ain't that wonderful? $100 in cash. What'd you do, Baldy? Print it yourself?
Ha. Very funny. You was about as happy as a vulture in the drought season.
George, me and Mama's got a little money saved. And I tell you what, if you put up that $100, we're willing to advance the rest so you can go to school and learn yourself a decent trade. Yeah, because if I know you, that money will be gone before nightfall.
Now listen, you old nanny goat. Just so happens that I got this money and I'm going to keep it. And ain't nobody going to take it away from me. There ain't going to be no... I'll get this here. Hello?
Hello, Kingfish.
What is it, Andy?
Listen, I done talked to Amos. He said there's something fishy about Yale having a school on 134th Street. I want my money back.
Now, wait a minute, Andy.
Listen, Kingfish, I'll be over at the Lodge Hall in a half hour. And if that money ain't there, I'm going to take my fist and boola some lumps on top of your head.
Holy mackerel. Andy wants his $100 back. I got to find some way to stall him off.
What's the matter, son-in-law? Your eyes is popping out. Just like you did that time you strained yourself cranking the Model T.
Nothing wrong, nothing. Whatever happened to that Lulabelle Jackson? You know that gal that you throwed out of the women's auxiliary for flirting with the husbands during silent meditation?
Well, the last I heard about her, she was working in the bowling alley over on the boulevard.
Yeah, well, I got to go out for a while.
What you up to?
Nothing. I needs the right kind of bait to keep a certain rat in the trap. And Lulabelle might be just a goo-goo-eyed Gonzalola that'll do the job, too.
Kingfisher's office here and said, what is this? He got a new sign on the door. Peterson's Polytechnic Institute of Lenox Avenue, formerly Yale University. I wonder what he's up to now. Let me get in here.
Well, good morning, Student Brown.
Hey, Kingfish, I just see that new sign on your door. What is you up to now?
Nothing, Andy. I just sorry to report to you that I done lost my franchise from Yale and am now associated with the world-famous Peterson's Polytechnic Institute. A fine old school, Andy. I'm sure you've heard that famous fight song, I'm a rambling wreck from Peterson's Polytech.
Listen now, Kingfish, I done enrolled in Yale. I want my money back.
Well, certainly, Andy, certainly. I intend to just matriculate you. Yeah, I got you $100 right here in my pocketbook. I'll give it to you.
Well, that's more like it. Hand it over here. Come on.
And I don't think that you would like Peterson's Polytech anyway. It ain't like Yale, you know. The co-eds in this school is both male and female.
Yeah. Well, hand the money over, because I'm, female too, huh?
Yes, Andy, I know it would be distracting to you, sitting in a classroom surrounded by sweet young college gals. Well, I'll get you hundreds here.
Wait a minute, Kingfish. Well, what kind of gals has you got rolled up here?
Andy, there's mostly debutantes, society gals. Matter of fact, they're waiting right here now to triculate up the famous society debutante, Consuela von Milford-Haven. Yeah, you will probably see her on magazines endorsing cigarettes and motor oil and stuff like that.
Well, no, I ain't seen her, but...
the best way... say, wait a minute, Andy.
What's the matter?
Now, ain't this a coincidence here? Look who's coming across the street there. It's Consuela, the society gal that I was telling you about.
Yeah, wait a minute. Let me look out the window here. Wait a minute.
Look at it there.
Kingfish, that is a society gal?
Sure.
Look at them bow legs on her.
Well, Andy, that ain't nothing. Bow legs is an occupational hazard of all them debutantes. You see, Andy, with the horseback riding, the skiing, and the waltzing, about 2 years after their coming out party, they is pretty well sprung into shanks, you know.
Yeah, sure is. Well, I guess she's going to roll up into college, because she's coming in here, boy.
Well, good morning, Consuela. I was all set to triculate you up into college. By the way, Connie, as you done met the former Yale man Brown here?
Well, how do you do? My, what a charming, handsome, good-looking man. Haven't I seen you at the football game?
No, but one year I sold bagels over at Abbott's Field. Is you a real debutante?
You bet your boots I am, kiddo.
Yeah.
Well, just take a seat there, Consuela. I'll be with you in just a minute. Now, by the way, you want me to hang up your genuine mink coat here?
No, thanks.
Say, Kingfish, could I see you over in the corner for a minute?
Yeah, excuse me, Connie. You want to talk to me, Brown?
Yeah.
Yeah, what is it, then?
That is a genuine mink coat. It sure is worn and ratty looking.
No, Andy. That is the latest thing the debutantes is all featuring. What you call nude mink.
Nude mink? A couple of them skins on the elbows is practically indecent.
Never mind that. Come on, Andy. Come on. Let's get back over here.
You know, Mr. Brown, I'm looking forward to going to school with a charming, polished gentleman like you.
You is, huh?
You're so big and friendly. Why, if you was a St. Bernard, I just want to cuddle you and pet you all the time. What do you say to that?
Woof, woof. Kingfish, matriculate me up here, boy.
Yes, you was making a wise choice, Andy. That'll be another $100.
Another $100? Wait a minute here. Yale was only $100. How come this school is more expensive?
Well, Andy, I'm sure the advantage of Polytech over Yale is obvious to a man of your intelligence and 20/20 eyesight.
Well, yeah. I guess it is at that. Yeah, okay. Here's the other 100.
All right, fine, Andy. Give me the money here now.
And, say, by the way, can I walk you home, Consuela, now that we is fellow co-eds?
Yes, I'll be with you in a minute. I want to talk to Mr. Stevens first about the tuition.
Yeah, well, your big old St. Bernard will be waiting out in front, and you'd better bring a muzzle, because I feel so awful frisky.
Oh, so long, Andy, so long. You was great, Lulu. I knowed you could swing it for me. Here's the $10 I promised you.
Thanks, Kingfish. I'll walk with Fat Boy for a couple of blocks and then get back to the bowling alley.
That's all right.
Well, first day of school. Oh, boy. Now getting to Lodge Hall and start my lessons. I wonder if Consuela is in the classroom already. That's funny. The university's locked up. We got another sign on the door here. Office for rent. Formerly Peterson's Polytechnic Institute, formerly Yale University. Holy smoke, that kingfish done trickulated me up the creek again.
Now, here's a lady with a question for our Rexall family druggist.
Does anything give really prolonged relief for acid-upset stomach?
Yes, indeed, ma'am. Bismarex gel gives prolonged relief because it leaves a soothing coating on irritated stomach membranes. That's because this new liquid antacid combines Rexall's time-tested Bismarex action with two new ingredients, aluminum hydroxide and magnesium trisilicate.
Does Bismarex gel act quickly, too?
Yes. Its four-way action is both fast and prolonged. Bismarex gel quickly neutralizes excess acid, eases gastric distress, and helps relieve heartburn.
How do you spell Bismarex gel?
Bisma-Rexgel. Bismarex gel. Ask for it at Rexall drug stores everywhere.
Well, there's the story, Amos.
Andy, what is this you telling me? Instead of getting your $100 back from the Kingfish, you say he done charged you another $100 more to enroll you in the Peterson Polytechnic Institute?
Yeah, Amos, I went over there this morning, and that place was closed up. The Kingfish say it went bankrupt. The Poly done flew away or something.
Bankrupt?
Yeah, but the Kingfish say that one thing. He say the courts done appointed a receiver to settle the accounts. He say if the assets slops over more than the liabilities, I stands a chance of getting my tuition back.
Well, I don't know all the details, Andy, or what the Kingfish done told you about the school or anything, but if the court appoints their receiver, I guess you're going to get a fair shake, all right.
Oh, sure. But I was in a hurry, Amos. I got to get over to the lodge hall for the bankruptcy proceedings.
Yeah, you sure been doing a lot of running around, Andy.
Oh, yeah, I'll tell you, Amos. Getting a college education sure is hard on the feet. Yeah, well, here I is, Kingfish. Did the receiver get you here yet from the courthouse?
Not yet, former student Brown. Tough luck. You know the college going bankrupt on you.
Yeah. Say, I don't see that Consuela von Milford-Haven around here. Did she go bankrupt, too?
No. She decided to waive extradition on the mess here. Yeah, she got a better deal from Harvard.
Yeah.
I wonder... oh, that must be the fair and impartial receiver now that the court appointed. Come in, receiver. Door's open.
Now, hiya, boys.
Holy mackerel, the fair and impartial receiver is your lawyer, Algonquin J. Calhoun.
Well, how you like that? This certainly is a surprise to me.
Calhoun, how come the court done sent you over here on this case?
Well, we was having kind of a slow day in the bankrupt court, and me and some of the other official receivers was sitting out in the back room playing cards. When the call came in, I happened to be the dummy in that hand, and so they sent me over.
I guess we're ready to begin here, fair and impartial receiver. Go ahead, start something.
Yeah, let me sit down here.
Yeah, there's the chair right there. Take care.
Yeah, now here we can get started now. Yeah, ye. The official bankrupt proceedings of the Peterson Polytechnic Institute is now open.
Now, wait a minute. Explain to me one thing. How come a school that charges more tuition than Yale done went bankrupt?
Well, they went bankrupt because, you see,
excuse me, Mr. Impartial Receiver. I think I can explain the thing better.
Yeah, explain the mess to the man.
I'm ashamed to say it, Andy, but our esteemed president, Mr. Peterson, had been dipping into the assets of the school.
He had, huh?
Yeah, while the students was all whiffing-poofing and boola-boolering, he was tapping the till.
Oh, yeah.
He was last seen boarding the train from Mexico with a road map under one arm and 450 paid-up tuitions under the other arm.
Well, wait a minute here now. Can't they get him back from Mexico, expedite him or something?
How about that, partner?
Well, now, the only way we could do that, Andy, is go down there to Mexico and get him on a writ of habeas corpus. We ain't got the money for that.
Yeah, well, let's go on with the proceedings here, your receivership.
Yeah. Now, let me look into the bankrupt petition here. Here we is.
Yeah.
Say, assets of the college. Wills to wit henceforth and namely, 1 battered desk, 2 broken chairs, 3 pencils, an eraser, and a dented cuspidor.
Mr. Receiver, I rise to a point of order. The cuspidor heretofore mentioned happens to be my personal property, and I move that it be stricken from the list of assets.
It is so moved and so stricken. Scratch one spittoon.
Holy mackerel, I is losing ground already.
So much for the assets. Now for the liabilities of said college. 1 claim for $200 paid tuition filed by Mr. Andrew H. Brown. Is Mr. Brown among those present?
Of course I is present. I'm sitting right here by the cuspidor.
Oh, yeah. So you is. Well, this here court hereby finds in favor of the claimant Andrew H. Brown and orders that the assets of said college be turned over to him in their entirety. Bankrupt proceedings now over. Well, I got to be going, boys. I'll drop by my office later, Kingfish, with the check, yeah?
Well, Andy, let me be the first to congratulate you. Great victory for you, son.
Yeah, but somebody explain to me what I done won here, will you?
One, Andy, you is now the sole owner and president of the Peterson Polytechnic Institute, complete with all the assets and goodwill. Sit down in the chair there, Mr. President. Make yourself home there.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Hey, this feels pretty good.
Oh, yeah. Just think, Andy. 4 days ago, you started here as an ignorant, stupid scholar. And today you was president of the whole school. This is certainly a land of opportunity around here. Me. What time is it? 11:45, almost noon. I had a good night's sleep after turning the tables on Andy yesterday. No, I tell you,
George, is you up?
Good morning, Sapphire. Mama. Well, I bet you is happy about the $200 I gave you last night.
Oh, yes, George. That's what me and Mama wants to talk to you about.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, George. You remember how me and Sapphire told you that if you got a hold of some money, we'd put up the difference so you could go to school?
Yeah, well, what about it?
Well, Andy Brown dropped in this morning and told us about a wonderful school. We enrolled you in the Peterson Polytechnic Institute for $300.
No.
Friends, if you take vitamins, take a tip from Harlow Wilcox. Try 5X multivitamins, the marvelous new vitamin formula developed and perfected by Rexall scientists. 5X multivitamins are just what the name implies. 1 tablet a day supplies 5 times the minimum daily requirement of all vitamins with known minimums. Every tablet contains vitamin A, D, B1, B2, and C, plus niacinamide and red crystalline vitamin B12. For a truly effective vitamin formula, be sure to get Rexall's 5X multivitamins at Rexall drugstores everywhere, the stores with the orange and blue sign.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, rely on your Rexall family druggist. And when you visit him, would you be kind enough to say that Amos and Andy sent you? Thank you, and good night.
See you next Sunday.
I have a miserable cold in my nose.
Get Rexall Anapac with antihistamine. Anapac relieves nasal congestion as well as the headache and symptoms of a cold. Get Rexall Anapac at Rexall drugstores everywhere.
This is Freeman Gosden speaking for Rexall Druggists Everywhere, who congratulate the National Safety Council on its 40th anniversary this year. Let's all cooperate with the Council to reduce the accident death toll. Remember, the life you save may be your own.
Be sure to be with us at the same time next Sunday when your Rexall druggist will again present the Amos and Andy Show, directed by Cliff Howell. Stay tuned for the Bing Crosby program, which follows immediately over most of these same stations. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Another cup of Maxwell House coffee, George?
Sure. Pour me a cup, Gracie. If it's free, I'll have a cup, too.
You know, Maxwell House is always good to the last drop.
That drop's good, too. Yes, it's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With our special guest, Jack Benny, yours truly, Toby Reed, Joseph Kearns, Harry Lubin of the Maxwell House Orchestra, and Bill Goodwin.
For America's Thursday night comedy enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. And for America's everyday coffee drinking enjoyment, it's Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop.
Well, today we find the Burnses sitting in a booth in the Brown Derby restaurant. It seems their old friend, Jack Benny, has invited them to lunch, and they're waiting for him to arrive.
Gracie, I wish you hadn't told me, Jack. Wish you hadn't arranged for us to have lunch with Jack. It's always so embarrassing.
What do you mean?
Well, those lousy tips he leaves. He's been eating here 5 years, and he's yet to tip more than $1.
Well, $1 isn't a bad tip.
That's for the 5 years. Besides, if we're his guests, he'll make us order crackers and milk. The cheapest thing on the menu.
Well, Judge, I wish you wouldn't talk that way about Jack. He's always been awfully nice to me. Did you see the birthday present he sent me?
Why, no.
Well, it's a coupon which entitles me to a year's subscription to Harper's Bazaar.
From Jack?
Mm-hmm. All I have to do is fill it out and send it in with $7.
Harper's Bazaar is $6.
Well, Jack gets $1 commission.
Jack Benny hasn't put his hand in his pocket. January will be 80 years.
What can be keeping him? Doesn't he know what time it is?
No. He's too tight to buy a watch. Tells time by the sun.
Oh, George, tells time by the sun.
I'm not kidding. Shh. Here he comes. Oh, hello, George. Hello, Gracie.
Oh, hello, Jack.
I'm sorry I'm late, kids. These cloudy days throw me. What did I tell you? Oh, waiter, we're ready to order. Yes, sir. Would Madame like to start with a cocktail?
Oh, no, thanks. I never drink.
I meant a shrimp cocktail.
No matter how small it is, I never drink.
Mrs. Burns will have a steak, and I'll have a broiled lobster. Steak and broiled lobster? Well, they're both very good here, but as long as you're in the Brown Derby, you really should order the specialty of the house. It'd be crackers and milk.
Oh, I've changed my mind. I won't have a steak.
Good, good.
I'll have lamb chops.
Well, the crackers are very crisp here. They put the crumbs in a sack so you can take them home.
I think I'll have lamb chops.
Madame will enjoy the lamb chops. We serve them with little paper panties on.
Well, don't your legs get cold?
That's our order, waiter. How about you, Jack? I'll have crackers and milk. That was a delicious meal, Gracie. Where did Jack go?
Well, the waiter refused to give him any more crackers, so he went to complain to the manager.
My gosh. He talked him out of extra milk.
Yeah, wasn't that clever? He kept handing his glass of milk to the waiter and saying, put a head on this.
And mark my words. We'll get stuck with the check as usual.
Well, George, that's your own fault. When the check comes, Jack always says, here, I'll take it. But then you always speak up and say, no, Jack, I'll get it. So he lets you get it.
That's right. He knows I'll say that.
Well, sure.
Well, today when he says, here, I'll take it, I'll just keep my big mouth shut. How do you like this place? They refuse to give me extra crackers. Just wait till they ask me to put more bluing in their tablecloths. I'll show them, you know. Excuse me, gentlemen. Here's your check. That'll be $10.30. Here, I'll take it. Well, somebody say something. That will be $10.30. You shut up. Look, George, if you want the check, I won't fight you. I don't want the check. In that case, we'll fight. You're the stingiest man who ever lived. Oh, is that so? Yes, that's so. Well, don't act so proud. You're not the first one who ever said that.
Now, please, don't get into a fight. There's no point to it.
No point to it?
You're the only two men in the world who couldn't hurt each other.
Well, I'm not paying this check. After all, Jack, you invited us to lunch. Sure, I make a nice gesture. This is the thanks I get.
Oh, George, let's not make a scene. Go ahead and pay the check.
All right, but I just want to say this. Jack, if you let me pay this check, you're a low, miserable, tight-fisted, conniving miser. You're a disgrace to our profession, and I'll never speak to you again as long as I live. Laugh. Now, Mr. Burns, if you've finished, I have a few words to say. What are they? Here's the check.
All right, George, we're home now. Calm down and forget about Jack Benny.
I can't forget about it. How a man can go through life letting someone else pay his way, I'll never know.
Well, now, don't let it make you so nervous. My goodness. When you paid that check, you were so upset you could hardly get my purse open.
You know, Gracie, Jack didn't used to be this way. When we were in vaudeville with him, he was an altogether different fellow.
Say, now that you mention it, he was. Well, people used to call him Generous Jack the Plunger.
Yes, in those days, he spent money like water.
I wonder what slowed him down to such a drift.
I don't know. Maybe it was the disappointment of you marrying me instead of him. He was pretty sweet on you in those days.
Well, I liked him, too. You know, Jack was awfully good looking.
Yeah.
Of course, that was a long time ago.
Now he has to use makeup. Tell me something, Gracie. Jack Benny was a big star, young, good-looking, talented, loaded with money, and a big spender. I was just a struggling young song and dance man.
Why did you marry me instead of Jack?
Oh, George, you don't have to ask that, do you?
No, I guess I don't.
Well, good, because I haven't got an answer.
Fine.
You know, I can't get over the changing Jack. When he was courting me, he was the most generous man in the world.
He certainly was.
Remember the night you both proposed to me?
Sure. We got into an argument, and I hit Jack over the head with his violin.
See? I'll never forget that night. That was 16 years ago, but it seems like yesterday. I remember Jack arrived at my house first. He brought along his violin to serenade me, and when I went to the
Hi, Gracie.
Why, generous Jack.
That's me, baby. Here's a couple of dozen orchids for you.
Oh, Jack, they're so expensive.
What do I care? I always say money is made to be spent. I mean, you can't take it with you. Hey, Gracie, let's go out tonight and have a big champagne party. I've had a dozen cases of the most expensive champagne flown in from France.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jack. I don't drink.
But, Gracie, Mum's extra dry.
Well, then let her drink it. Besides, we don't want to be gone when George Burns gets here.
George Burns?
Mm-hmm.
Will he be here tonight?
Mm-hmm.
I thought he was playing Altoona.
Well, he was, but he got into an argument with the manager. He said he'd never play that theater again as long as he lived.
What'd the manager say?
That was the manager talking.
Oh, well, Gracie, I'd hoped we'd be alone tonight. There's a question I planned to. I'll tell you what. Let's go for a ride in my new car.
You bought another new car? What happened to your stuffed bear cat?
The man in the filling station admired it, so I gave it to him.
Jack, what kind of a car did you buy this time?
A Maxwell. Well, I probably won't keep it long either.
Well, Jack, I can't be gone when George gets here. He's in love with me.
Yeah, so am I, Gracie. Will you marry me?
Oh, Jack, get up off your knees. You'll ruin your new suit.
So what? I'll throw it away. It's old anyway. I've had it since yesterday. Now, Gracie, look,
Oh, that must be George. Come in.
Hello, Gracie. Jack Benny, what are you doing down on your knees? I'm proposing to Gracie. But, Gracie, I want you to marry me. You? How could you support her? Who's planning to? Look, Gracie, don't marry this broken-down vaudeville hoofer.
Well, I think George is a very good dancer. You ought to see him do that adagio dance with his girl partner. It isn't easy to throw a person 10 feet in the air and then catch them.
You said it.
But that girl hasn't dropped George once.
But, Gracie, what future has George got dancing in vaudeville? Vaudeville is dead. It's been killed.
Is that true, George?
Well, you don't expect him to confess, do you? Well, me, look at I'm a violinist. I can go in that new business called radio.
Yeah? Well, listen to this. I love you, love you, love you, I do. You're the only girl that I adore.
Oh, Jack. When George sings, doesn't it just send you?
Yeah, but not far enough. Now, if you want to hear some real music, listen to this. You know, this is called The Flight of the Bumblebee. I've been told I play it very realistically.
Oh, you do, Jack. When you play, it actually sings.
You did say sing. S-T-I-N-K. Oh, yeah? Oh, yeah. Well, here's my violin. Let's see what you can do with it.
Okay. Here's what I can do with it.
Oh.
Oh, George, you knocked him unconscious with his violin. Oh, you shouldn't have done that. You might have broken a string.
I'll teach him to try to steal my girl.
Oh, look, he's coming too.
What happened? Where am I?
You're at my house, Jack.
Who are you?
I'm your girl, Gracie Allen. You brought me these orchids, remember?
I bought all those orchids?
Yes.
I must be nuts. They cost a fortune.
But you're generous Jack the Plunger.
Plunger, schmunger. Money doesn't grow on trees.
But, Jack, you always say you can't take it with you.
Sister, if I can't take it with me, I'll find a way to send it. And you'll get a bill for these orchids tomorrow. Good night. It all comes back to me now, Gracie. From that night on, Jack Benny was a tightwad.
Yeah, it was that blow in the head that did it. George, do you realize what this means? It's our fault that Jack is stingy.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Well, then it's up to us to change him back. Yeah, I've got it. Hit him over the head with his violin again.
Yeah, that might do it. But I can't do that again.
Why not?
Well, we were young guys then. I can't hit a man with gray hair.
We'll take it off.
Beautiful morning. And really, friends, what a beautiful, wonderful morning it is when breakfast starts with fragrant, cheering Maxwell House coffee. How about it? Have you discovered how much more enjoyment there is in every cup of Maxwell House? Do you know why more people buy and enjoy Maxwell House than any other brand of coffee in the entire world? Well, the answer, of course, is flavor. Yes, rich, heartwarming, good to the last drop flavor that no other coffee gives you. No coffee but Maxwell House. To create it, our Maxwell House experts combine not one, but many superb varieties of Highland-grown Latin American coffees. With care and skill, they select Monticelli's coffees for mellowness. They add Medellins for richness. Other choice coffees contribute robust vigor. And finally, they round out the blend with Bucaramangas for fine, full body. This superb Maxwell House blend is then radiant roasted to flavor perfection and brought to you vacuum-packed in the familiar blue tin. Not just days fresh, but roaster fresh.
And because you folks on the West Coast really know and enjoy coffee at its best, Maxwell House is blended and roasted for you right here on the West Coast to satisfy your critical taste.
America's favorite brand of coffee, Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop.
Gracie, I had a talk with Dr. Miller, the psychiatrist. He says the blow on the head might turn Jack Benny into generous Jack the Plunger.
Oh, wonderful.
But he says we'll have to create the same situation we were in 16 years ago.
Oh, but George, he was proposing to me when you hit him. He can't do that now. I'm married to you.
Well, you'll have to pretend that we've split up and that you're single again. You get Jack to give you a date.
Oh, well, maybe he won't do it. I'm not as young and pretty as I used to be.
Oh, Grace.
Huh?
Hmm? Gracie, you haven't changed since the day I married you. You're young, lovely, sweet, desirable.
Oh, thank you, Joe. You haven't changed either.
I haven't?
No, you felt the same way about me then.
Yeah, well, run along and see Jack. Yes? Oh, hello, Gracie.
Hello, Jack.
I suppose you came over to apologize for George's behavior at lunch yesterday.
Well, no. Why should I care what my ex-husband does?
Ex-husband?
Oh, didn't you know? It was in all the columns.
Well, I haven't been getting the paper lately. The Colemans have it brought right into their house now. and George have called it off, huh?
I'm single again. I'd even have a date if a very attractive man asked me.
I'd love to ask you, of course. I'm not as attractive as I used to be. Huh?
Yes, you are, Jack.
Oh, go on. I'm much older than I was then.
Oh, no, you're not. You're still 39. How come you've never married, Jack?
Oh, I guess I've been waiting for you, Gracie. Is there still a chance for me?
Well, maybe. You used to say that the girl you married would have everything. Mink coat, Cadillac, diamonds, and all the money she could spend. Do you still feel that way?
Certainly. That's why I want to marry you. You've got all those things. Hey, Gracie, we were meant for each other. Now, how about it?
Oh, I don't know, Jack. You have to court me first.
Again?
Uh-huh. Call on me tonight and bring the orchid.
But I did all that.
That was 16 years ago.
Well, didn't you save them? You know, they keep forever in the icebox.
Well, as a matter of fact, I do have a lot of the things you gave me. I keep them pressed between the pages of the book. You brought me such nice flowers.
I used to bring you candy, too.
Yeah, I wish I could get that book open.
Well, I'll see you tonight, Gracie.
Yeah, well, it's a date, Jack. And be sure to bring your violin.
Okay. Shall we have an evening with Beethoven?
No, come by yourself. Oh, it's work, George. Jack Benny will come courting me tonight, just like he did 16 years ago.
That's great.
Now, we want to duplicate that night exactly, so you arrive after Jack has been here for a while.
Just a minute. I like the idea of leaving you alone with that old gray wolf. Might try to kiss you.
Oh, George, relax. He's bringing his violin.
So what?
So by the time he carries that over, he'll be all tired.
Well, okay. I'll go down to the drugstore. See you later.
Oh, kiss me goodbye.
Okay.
George, have you been carrying violins?
No, just the rosin. I'll see you. Well, here I am, Gracie.
Oh, Jack, how nice to see you.
Gee, this is just like old times. Do you still like flowers?
Love them.
Well, here you are, baby. Here's enough flowers to fill this room.
Oh, how nice, a package of seeds.
I mean, after all, it's spring. You know, half the fun of flowers is watching them grow and seeing them raise their tiny green heads. Which reminds me, George won't be around tonight.
Yes, Jack, he might drop by later.
Well, I better get down on my knees and propose to you right now before he gets here. Darn it, I'm too late. I heard a door open.
That was your niece. Come in.
Hello, Gracie. Oh, Jack Benny. What are you doing down on your knees? Never mind. Just help me up.
Jack was about to propose to me, George.
Oh, Gracie, I want you to marry me. You married her once. Give somebody else a chance.
Well, George, if you're proposing, get down on your knees like Jack.
Okay.
Oh, isn't this thrilling? Two fiery lovers sitting for my hand.
George, does this cold floor bother your rheumatism? It's murder. And I found some stuff that's awfully good. Really? What is it? I've tried everything. It's a new liniment. Works wonders. That's for me. My knees have been killing me. Isn't the rainy season just torture? Awful. I must get that liniment. I'll let you try some of mine.
Oh, some fiery lovers. We'll have to honeymoon at the Mayo Clinic. Boy, you're proposing to me, remember? Oh, come in.
Hi, Gracie. Where's the... George and Jack Benny down on their knees? What goes on here?
Well, can't you guess, Bill?
Somebody dropped a penny, huh? Guess again, comedian. Bill, we happen to be proposing marriage. Well, I hope you'll be very happy together. Would you like to drop back in about 2 weeks? Oh, not me. I want to stick around and see who asked who what and what the answer is. Bill, look, Dimples, we're proposing marriage to Gracie. You see, George and Gracie aren't married anymore. Gracie, is this true?
Well, yes, Bill. I'm single now, but George wants me to marry him again, and so did Jack Benny. I can't decide between them.
Can't decide between them. Gracie, this is your chance to marry one of the biggest stars in the country, a man with a great future in television. Yes, I was good, you know. Not only a great talent, but loaded with personality, charm, good looks, and blue eyes. Don't be a fool. Gracie, you lucky girl, this is your chance to marry me. You? Scram, you're lousing up everything. Pay no attention to him, Gracie. I'm asking you to be the mother of my children.
How many have you got?
None yet, but in a couple of years or so, I'm sure we'll hear the patter of little feet. Well, marry me, Gracie, and we'll hear the patter of little feet tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Sure, you'll be running back and forth to the kitchen bringing me Maxwell House coffee. Think how happy we'll be, Gracie, with rich, delicious, mellow Maxwell House coffee from morning till night. Well, if you're going to get commercial about this, you can marry me and feel her level best. Oh, you serve Maxwell House coffee too, huh? Isn't it great, Jack? You know, Maxwell House is a blend of choice Latin American coffees, radiant roasted to the peak of flavor perfection. Bill, I meant that if Gracie married me, we'd have plenty of lucky. Lucky? Yes. What do I work for? Trying to find out. You got all the money in the world. See, you can find Maxwell House by the carload. And Maxwell House is America's favorite coffee. Always good to the last drop. How about it, Gracie? Will you marry me?
Well, I'm sorry, Bill, but it's between George and Jack. But don't feel bad. Whichever one I choose, you'll be the best man at the wedding.
Well, obviously. So lie. How about it, Gracie? How about it? Will you marry me? No, she's going to marry me. Gracie, George has no future. I mean, radio's passé. I'll be a sensation in that new business, television.
Well, so will George. In fact, I've heard lots of people say that television would collapse without him.
They said it would collapse without George?
That's right. They said that George single-handed is holding up television.
Yeah, I wonder how they meant that. Look, I know how to settle this, Gracie. I'll serenade. George, hand me my Stradivarius. This violin is a Stradivarius? Certainly. I got it from Sam Stradivarius, the pawnbroker. Oh, Sam. Now, let me have it.
Well, you heard him, George. Let him have it.
I'll be glad to. Oh.
Well, it happened just like it did 16 years ago.
Better. This time I hit him before he played. What happened? Where am I?
Well, you're at my house.
Who are you?
Well, I'm your girl, Gracie Allen. You brought me these seeds, remember?
I brought you a package of seeds? What a cheap thing to do. I'll call the florist and have him bring you $100 worth of orchids. Gosh. And a potted plant for your father here. Oh. Well, let's all go to Ciro's and have a champagne dinner on me. Mum's extra dry.
Hasn't that poor old lady had a drink yet?
Hey, what's happened to me? I'm spending money like crazy, and I can't stop. That's right. You're Generous Jack again. Again? You mean I've been this way before?
Well, sure. You used to be Generous Jack the Plunger. Then George hit you over the head with your violin, and you stopped spending money.
Getting hit over the head with my violin made me stop spending money? That's right.
Jack, put down that violin. Jack,
stop hitting yourself over the head. Jack!
Good things. The easy way. Do you like good things the easy way? Then get instant Maxwell House coffee. So good. So good. True coffee flavor and fragrance, because instant Maxwell House is not a so-called coffee product. It's all pure Maxwell House coffee in instant form.
And so easy.
So easy. Instant Maxwell House means great coffee instantly in your cup. No fuss, no muss, no bother. Today, try Instant Maxwell House. Instantly good to the last drop. Until next Thursday, when we will have as our guest Robert Montgomery, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House.